Hey, let's do it. Why does it do that? Why does it like scroll through all the save files like that? Yep. Lucky number 27, please. Lucky save file 27. Oh yeah, we just got the katana too last night. That's right. Samurai Sharo. All right. So we got all of the third floor explored. Then fifth floor. There is that one room with the big guy. I didn't really check. I just kind of left immediately. So I guess we could check that out first. And then after we could check out all the other floors. But I'm pretty sure we pretty much have everything to advance. Open the elevator. We got the jack and the screwdriver. I don't know if they need to be combined, but at least I have the jack, which I'm pretty sure is what I need to. In the elevator door. So wait, what is the volume at here? 1. Yeah. That's in 2. I have the volume at 1 for the intro and 2 when we're playing the game. What the hell am I? Right. So let's see how many of the other floors we can check out. Probably not that many of them, to be honest. Well, this is the floor we already explored last night, but... Yeah, I want to see if there's even anything in that room with the big guy. That's probably not. Probably just the big guy and that's it. We might die going into the room. Because I feel like he's just gonna block the door and I won't be able to get out again. Let's see though. Hey man. Hiding anything in here? No. See ya. Didn't even get hit. And he didn't even block the door. Fuck, how to get out again. Well, that all worked out well. Yeah, there's just a debate room, man. Troll. A troll room. I need to look at the map. I am lost. I'm dazed and confused. Dazed and confused in his office building. Alright, let's see how many of the other floors we can check out. Probably not that many. The rest of them might even be locked, but... Wait, what floor is this? Is this the 4th floor or 6th floor? This is the 4th floor. that's the third floor we've already checked. Okay. Of course. Of course. Well, that was an exciting adventure. Exploring the rest of the floors. There's plenty of stuff behind the stairs, but it's all junk. Well, I guess we'll just open the elevator. Which is that? That should be on the third floor, right? There it is. Easy puzzle master. That's the puzzle. I wonder what the screwdriver was going to be for then. The door downstairs looks open too. No way I can get down there like this. Uses the books. I don't know what you would use the screwdriver for. Oh, right, that's the flashlight. Way I can get down there like this. Oh, if we need like a rope or something. First we go save. Well, why could there be a rope? We went through everything yesterday. I mean, it's possible that I could have missed something because I was towards the end when we were exploring this place. So I was pretty low on energy, pretty tired. So maybe I could have missed something. What was in here? We got something from here. I think this is where we got the jack or something. Just a calendar. Oh, right. There is still that giant room right there at the end of the hall. The dancing room. The ballroom dancing room. With like 500 doggos and a big guy. Hold on. What if we place the beef jerky? So strange, there's nothing in here. Ow. You're supposed to go for the jerky. This is just another troll room. There's nothing in here. Doesn't seem like it. That's weird. That's strange that there's nothing in there. Now back to peace and quiet. What was in this room? Oh, the creepy mannequin. This is just blood. Such a good scare. Such a good jump scare. Can't remember if we get anything from this room. Other than the mannequin scare. Well, we could go check the 5th floor again, I suppose. Re-familiarize ourselves with it, because I don't remember. I don't remember what much of the rooms look like. And just to double check to see if I missed anything, because like I said, I was pretty tired last night, so would easily have missed something. Lord Scoopington. There's a fancy gentleman in the chat room. A fancy gentleman, Lord Scoopington. Bringing all his friends with him. All his chunking friends. Look at them all go. Look at all his chunking friends. Bouncing, hopping around on the screen. Enjoying that Friday. Too many friends, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, what can I say? He's quite popular. Mr. Lord Scoopington, he's quite popular. He's got many chunking friends. Right, yeah, so this in here was that whole art gallery. Yes, sir. You can ignore for now. So when Silent Hill 3 gonna be finished? Who knows? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how long it takes, and I prefer not knowing how long it takes. I like enjoying. I'm really enjoying it. So it takes the time that it takes. But whenever we're done with Silent Hill 3, we're moving right into Silent Hill 4. Are you bored of it? No, why is that? You're not a fan of it? Lego Ninjago. A strange camera angle for this. I just feel like you're just jogging any of that. But he's doing that right now. He's starting his Lego thing right now. Oh. Hey, look at this. This is the place where we got the katana from. That's another thing I found strange. Is that it's the katana? I just forget about this. What is this? Maybe I have to use the screwdriver? I remember I still have the screwdriver. No. Where in the world would we even use that? I'll just forget about this success. Okay. That room right there is the office room. Which I believe is where I got the screwdriver from. Where am I? I am so lost and confused in this damn building. Trying to think, like, where in the world would we use a screwdriver? Did we encounter something yesterday that needed a screwdriver? Something interesting on the poster. Oriole and foil and stuff like that, I can't use any of it. Really? AMN Autopods. I posted for this company. Some papers in these shelves, but there's nothing. That's it. Nothing useful. Mailers and newspapers clipping are posted here, but they're not very helpful. Nothing interesting on the poster. Yeah, we got the screwdriver here. I believe from one of the desks. And then another room. That's the only room. And then there's a room with the big guy. I mean to close the path. I mean, there is the window over there. I guess I could try and go back to that broken down building, but I don't know. I don't think there's anything there. Anyone want to explain the entirety of it to you? But that gets quite complicated. I don't really think it can be explained without spoiling it for me. I'd recommend go watch a quick YouTube video on it. That'll probably be the best option. If anyone wants to explain it to Mr. Def in the DMs in the Twitch whispers. Though I'm pretty sure that is a lengthy explanation. Wait, what's... Oh. Wait, what is that? Is that the locker room down there on the left? I think so. Actually, no, it's not. I don't remember what that bottom left room is. But either way, let's try and go back down to the third floor. He'll just get LeChunk to explain it exactly. LeChunk is the all-knowing, powerful being. He'll explain it to you. He's got you covered. Good old LeChunk. And his friends. Right. So wait, what is this room over here? The room that we arrived in. What does that look like again? Oh, right. It's just this like meeting area room. I mean, I highly doubt I would have to go back out through the window. But I mean, I guess it can't hurt to try. Even if we do die, it's fine because we haven't done anything. We haven't like made any progress whatsoever. Echo. You're an echo. Oh wait, what is that? Oh, that's just the window we came out from. No, I don't think there is anything here. No, there's just another giant in here. Let's get to the window. Hidden second Leo tab. Wait, what? How did that happen? Secretly having two Leo streams open. Leoception. Okay, no, there's nothing else here unless something magically spawned. Which I kinda doubt. Ain't nothing here, chief, other than a big guy trying to sleep. in the second area. What second area? Second area in the DLC? Oh, in the main game. Wait, what's the second area? The flamingo guy. No. Don't think I picked up on that. That the water gets dirtier as the game progresses. Don't think I picked up on that, no. That's a pretty cool detail, though. A pretty neat little detail. Oh, right, there's the mannequin room. Really nothing useful in the mannequin room. Even more chunking. Oh, the LeChunk. Hashtag keep on LeChunking. Can I use the screwdriver on you? No. Yes, this is blood. Well, in that case... then there's gotta be something in that big room. Maybe we could try and get them all. Kill all the enemies. Oh yeah, that'd be cool to see. See how clean it is in the beginning compared to later on. That'd be cool to see a comparison of. Yeah, this giant ballroom dancing room, it really bothers me. There's gotta be something in here, right? Maybe I shouldn't even use the shotgun. Jesus. Alright. No, it's just the big guy that's sleeping. Which we don't really need to bother him. But now we can at least freely look around without the doggos annoying us. This chair bothers me so much. It's just right here in the middle. You can't do anything with it. It's still installed on the Xbox. Okay. Good old Xbox. Echo box. Pro Sabotage for density. Who cares about that right now? Dead horse lake. And oh, can't say I noticed that the water gets dirtier there. Wow, this bothers me so much. There's really nothing in here. That is so strange to me. Wait, is that? No, that's just a corner. Yeah, and that guy, he's not hiding anything. I don't know. Strange room. I know balls in Silent Hill 1. Yeah. How hard was it? Not that hard. All you have to do is just run in this circle. And then shoot her, run in a circle. Shoot her, run in a circle. Not that hard. Even though we only had like one heal, it wasn't that bad. It dies of a heart attack? Wait, are you serious? Wait, how does that work? Like immediately, or do you have to like run around for a little bit and then after like a minute it's just like, oh, dead? Yeah, no, that was no way we were gonna do that. I had like almost 200 pistol rounds at the end of that game, so yeah, we were nowhere near close to getting that. That's a fun, cool detail though, that they thought of that. If you don't have any ammo at the end of the game, it's just, oh, boss just dies. Insta death. Wait, what did that say? I was telling him maybe the logo owner's lover. Oh? There's a note on the locker door. Got a map of the building from Mr. Harris. Come to the office to get it. Oh. That's just a note to help get to the map. I already got that. Gotta be on the third floor then. Oh, yeah, fifth floor. Maybe you have to use the screwdriver on one of the paintings? I don't know, let's try that. Right, the painting, that's what I said. I was like, wait, what was the plan again here? It was paintings. That's the plan. Let's see. What did she what did she say about it again? And then those repressor memories. The hell kind of titles that? I don't get this picture at all. I don't get what I don't know. Unscrew the painting with the screwdriver. Corner of the hallway. Totally ordinary. The camera's still around. Flame purifies all. Shakespeare, help me here. Help me out here, Shakespeare. The prize written here. Let's see. 5,000, man. What a world. This is the only room that's here is the katana room. Yeah. Okay, the only rooms here is the katana room, the art room, and then the office room, and then the room with the big guy. Oh, I think that this is the reason why the camera ring is like this is probably where I found the screwdriver. Right. The list of the gallery's upcoming shows. Who really cares about that? God, so brutal. Ruthless. Carol. Supposed to find upcoming exhibition. Very interesting if you ask me. Yeah, and then this is the katana room. I guess I could go in here again. Well, actually, wait, no, where are we? This way? Wait, what? Wait, where am I now? Why is there enemies here? There wasn't enemies here before. Is it the elevator thing? What? Wait, no, I killed you guys yesterday. You just all respawned, I guess. What a jabast. Hey, I was thinking we were in a new area. I mean, I guess I could check this room in here again. This is the room where the big guy is, but I don't think there's anything in here. Just another troll. Another troll of a room. The VHS player. What the hell, that backflip though? Oh my god, that pause! Looks like he's about to give us a hug. I actually kind of wanted to kill her, so we could, because we're not really gonna lose anything. If anything, it's gonna save us on the heals that I used for the other room. Thank you. Game over. Blow high mod, that'd be cool. Even a blow high crossover. Play as the blow high man eater. That's just all clutch up. It's not like there's anything I'm interested in. Oh. Wait, I didn't realize there was a desk I could interact with here. The draw's open just a smidge. Might be rusted out with something. I can't pull it out any further. Oh, well, there you go. It was right here this whole time. See, it was a good thing we died. A good thing we let that big guy huggers to death. There's a rope. Now what? Just save again. What am I looking at? Is that the water when it's all dirty, or? Oh, the baby shark. That's what I'm looking at. Guy. Trying to get this song stuck in everyone's head. The Baby Shark song. I used the rope. Will you use the rope to get downstairs? Yes. Am I still holding the katana? Okay. Hello? Song man. The shame they didn't, I don't know, license that song for the game. That'd been perfect. Oh, what the fuck is a save point? Here on the vending machine. That old familiar pattern is on a piece of paper stuck in the vending machine. What the hell put it there? Not like it's the latest fad or anything, right? Yeah, and I'm pretty sure I actually played that song when we played the Maneater game on stream. like 3 years ago. I'm pretty sure I used that song as the intro song back then, just for that game. You know it from Just Dance Free. Gotcha. I know it from MGS5. Echo, an ad for an interior design company. Shit's about to go down here if they put a save point here. What's the loadout at this level? Layout. What am I looking at? What am I looking at? A whole lot of doors over there. Wait, what happened? Silent Hill just scared the shit out of you? What happened? You just hear ominous sounds when I saved. All the creepy ominous sound. And that's what they do quite well. Because the sound design in these games are fucking fantastic. That creepy, eerie music. So well done. Mr. Junior trying to put you to sleep. He's trying to put you to sleep with some DVD. And yeah, I see the picture you posted. Of the baby shark. The baby shark of Maneater. Greenwich Mental Health Clinic. Fuck, it opens. Is this the reception area? The cattle looks scattered around. There's a sofa here. It's really beaten up. What's that on the floor? Right? Beef jerky. My lucky day. Beef jerky from the floor. The sofa here is really beaten up. Just a bed. Nobody's hiding under the covers. Why did you specifically say that? Doesn't look like there's anything important around here. Where am I? Lamp hoods and flower vases. I don't need either. Nope. Underneath the covers are more displayed items. No time to be worrying about this. This is a real lamp. Not even electric. This is a real lamp. Can't believe it. A real lamp. Just for display, it can't really be used. Bathtub display. There's a dark red stain on the bottom. That's not very convincing. No, very pleasant to look at if you're trying to sell it. The fuck? I thought that was a skateboard over there. What, this was a skateboard? Display of paper towels holding folders. There's nothing to be here. Wait. Nothing to see there. Display of door handles. Nothing very interesting. The cracked flower vase. Is this supposed to be for sale too? Unlocked. Oh, does that take me? Yeah, it takes me back out there. A clean bathtub. What? What are you doing with the bathtub? Why are you turning it on?
I knew it.
Rip. Poor Cheryl. And then the bathtub of blood. I didn't think that was gonna.
By the other world, by a world of someone's nightmarish delusions come to life.
I didn't think that was gonna advance the game. Touching the bathtub.
Oh no, not again. Did she do this too?
Yeah, you show that bathtub who's boss. I'm twisting the handle, but nothing's coming out. Back in hell. Welcome to the chat room. Thanks, Twitch. Does my map still work? What does? Oh, we're still in the building, I guess. It's the hell version. What the fuck? You really don't have anything to say about that? Quite creepy. Got hanging bullets. What? The mommy like thing in the wheelchair is just a door. Where is it? Something about it makes me uneasy. Why, I wonder. I have a bad feeling about it. That is absolutely terrifying. That you doesn't even say anything to it. What the? See ya. I don't know what kind of plant this is, but it's withering away. Whole thing. Oh, there's something here. Find the Holy One. Kill her. Oh. That's us. We're the Holy One? That's me. Who could have taken this photo? It's really creepy. You're the Holy One, Cheryl. Oh. Save point. Mental clinic. Oh my god. It opens. Who the fuck? Who the fuck are you?
Heather. That's what you're called now, isn't it?
And who are you?
The name's Vincent. Don't forget it, okay? I'm on your side.
So you say. But how do I know you're not with her?
Her? You mean Claudia? Please don't lump me together with her. She was totally brainwashed by that crazy old hag. Well, I guess crazy old hag is a bit harsh. She is your mother, after all.
My mother? What do you mean?
You don't remember? Ah, so Harry didn't tell you anything. I guess he hid the truth to keep you on his side, eh? That figures. He's a pretty sneaky guy.
Don't talk about my dad like that!
Sorry. I apologize. Please, calm down.
How do you know my father anyway?
I know everything. I know about your past, too.
Then tell me what's going on.
You don't know even that?
That's why I'm asking. If you know everything, then tell me how I can put an end to this.
Not yet. Why not enjoy yourself a bit longer?
Enjoy? I feel like I'm going crazy. Does this place get to you at all?
Oh, it gets to me, all right. I find it most fascinating. Wait! I'm not finished talking!
I knew you were on her side.
How do you figure?
There's something wrong with you, too.
Wrecked. And then she leaves. Where did she go? Octodial. What? Is that a key item? You use this to disinfect cuts and stuff. It foams when you put it on. There's a junior high school chemistry book here. When you pour diluted hydrogen peroxide onto magnesite dioxide, oxygen is produced. As the oxygen will not burn on its own, it will help other things to burn. What? Okay. The TV looks broken, so it doesn't do anything. We would probably have a little bit more of an idea of what's going on if we got the canon ending in the first game. This game is like a sequel to the first game, compared to 2, which is just its kind of own story. And we definitely didn't get the canon ending in the first game. We got like the worst possible ending. We got the bad ending, where everyone dies. I haven't even looked at this once during the game memos. She's not gonna write down that thing. The junior high thing. You part of the dehydration process. I don't know what any of that means, but okay. Sure. If you say so. Oh, back in the safe room. I don't think I'd go in this room. There were guys in there. Didn't even ask for his name. There's another door in here. What's behind all of that? Back out in the hallway of monsters we go. What the? How did he knock me over? No. Demon doggo of hell. Oh, wait, he missed. Is he the last one? Please be the last one. Music's still kicking in. No man, we're cool. Can explore peacefully now. Explore all the locked doors peacefully. Oh my god, what? This one works? I had to check that. I was about to just leave this because I didn't think it would work. Oh. Okay. Okay, guess I'm not leaving. Can I leave? I'm gonna check this door here really quick. Of course. Well, I guess we'll check out all the floors if we can. Well, let's start from the top, shall we? That doesn't work. 5. 5 works. What the hell happened here? Oh my god. Goodbye, floor. Oh. Do you have anything to say about the giant hole in the floor? No? This looked like a slot machine for a second. I was very confused. The door looked like a slot machine. You need help. What? What makes you say that? Oh, the door looked like a slot machine, man. I don't know. Don't you see it too? Everywhere I look at it, I just see slot machines. Fucking gambling addict over here. People gamble. Actually, slot machines everywhere. There's a big sheet of glass in the way. It doesn't break when I hit it, so maybe it's not glass after all. I don't know why, but the world on the other side calling me. No! Don't kick the guy. Open the door. Open the slot machine door. You need help. He sees this. This guy needs help immediately. He sees slot machines everywhere. He's too addicted. It's too far into the slot machines. Consumed by them. Oh, there's a save point here. Jesus, where's that bucket here? It's caption of the picture. The flame purifies all. But these remains may a person find the road to paradise. I've seen this picture before. No, wait, I've never seen it, but I do know it somehow. What about the bucket? Why is that bucket? Really? You don't have anything to say about the bucket? Oh, is it because I have to create fire here? I gotta put this thing in here? Not that. Thing. Guess I don't have everything I need yet. Picture that was he's gone. Now that's just the caption. The vase is broken in the floor. Looks expensive too. What a waste. Oh. So it's not a feature after all. It's just always been gross. There's always been dirty water. Picture. These are probably also just gonna be locked, right? Oh, never mind. This one actually opens. And that's half an hour. Got a matchbook. Oh. Time to light this joint on fire. Burn the whole building down. Commit arson. Now it's an ashtray. No more cigarettes for me. I quit for good. What? She used to be a smoker? How old is this girl? 9. The 2 rooms at the end. And wait, there is one door I didn't check. Sir, if you would excuse me, please. Thank you. Oh my god, it opens. Oh fucking Jesus. Well, I'm glad I went back over here then. Wait, but what's in here? Is this room? What a strange room. You just observed them. Okay. Well, we got all this now. I guess we'll head back to the elevator. See if we can check out any of the other floors. So that was number 5. What about 4? 4 works as well. What an eerie scream. Built-in board's fallen down over here. There's nothing useful written on it. Hey, what happened to the bathrooms? What the hell is that? Have anything to say to it? Me too. I'd be speechless as well. Whatever that is on the wall. Hi. Good talk. Solid exploration. Nothing could open. Nothing opened on this floor. Everything's locked. What floor did we start on? Was it number 3? Yeah. Let's see. It wasn't. Oh, I think it was 2. I think it was the second floor we started on. Yeah. It is this floor we started on. Oh, then what about the first floor? Oh my god, that one works too. The fuck is that? Someone breathing? What was that sound? The fuck is that? No, I probably shouldn't get close. Yeah, okay, I'll be back. I don't feel like checking in there just yet. So, is he over here? He's like directly behind me. Yeah, I mean, I guess we'll see what's up. Can't be that bad, right? This refrigerator have broken. There's so much money scattered everywhere. The register and the cash aren't for much use to me right now. Why is it like that, the camera? Hey, yeah, just pretend I'm not here, okay? I'm just gonna look around. Gonna look at the fridge, okay? For some reason, the only thing in the fridge is liver. I hope it's not rotten. Got pork liver. What? This was in the cafe's fridge. Gotta do something with it before it goes bad. What? Why are you just randomly grabbing pork liver? Alright. Hey man, I'm gonna take these shotgun shells and I'll be on my way. Ah, I said I'll be on my way. Jesus. Okay, I'll leave. Okay, he stood up and followed me out. I don't want to get near that thing. I don't trust it. I'm scared it's gonna like insta-kill me if I get close. I don't trust it. Right, this is the correct floor, right? It sure is. Ow. Where am I? Did I even go the right way? Stop sucking on my leg. Get away from me. Get away from me, you creep. Probably should kill them now, honestly. Especially now that we found more shotgun ammo. Right. Let's fry this pork liver. Imagine. Ain't no way this is what I have to do. No way this works. Oh my god, it is. What? Why am I frying the liver? What did the liver have to do with that? Oh, whatever. It worked. That's what matters. What the hell? What am I looking at? What is that face? Or that mouth? Look at that mouth at the top. He looks so happy. But what the? There's a staircase that goes down. What in the world? Better go look at that mouth up there. How do you not have anything to say about that, Cheryl? I guess she's just speechless. Hold on. Was there anything else in here? What are these papers? No, there's something else. The priestess accepted the king's request and went to the village gates. But when she saw the monster, she tried to convince it with words instead of killing it. Shut up, you. I'm going to eat you up. The monster didn't listen. A word to the priestess said. To a word the priestess said. She kept trying to convince the monster to give up. It's wrong to eat people, you know? The monster grew very angry at this and attacked her, killing her with a single mighty blow. No beginning and no ending. Really didn't understand that story. Probably just some pages torn out from the middle of a book. Is that foreshadowing the final boss? I have to convince the final boss into killers. Be like, no, please, Mr. Evil final boss, please don't kill me. Killing is bad, even though I've been killing all these strange creatures throughout the whole game. Oh, really? I get close to him, and of course he's not dead. What are you aiming at, Cheryl? The music is really kicking in right now. What the hell is happening? It's unlocked. And I'm on the other side. Okay, whatever. Just go. This is fine. First aid kit? What? Oh, I can actually go in here. But why does this feel like a trap? See? Bit too good to be true, just, you know, first aid kit chilling on the bed in there. It's handgun ammo. Oh my god, he's camping the door. Where would be like the easiest save point to get to? I don't really think any of them is that easy to get to. There's enemies at both hallways. Oh, this one might be the easiest one to get to. Second floor. I might as well make use out of the door and yeah, go up and make a save. Who's screaming? Not again. Hey, what did I say? Second floor? Oh yeah, I killed everyone here, so safe. Yeah. Might as well take the opportunity to go save then. Gallery. Dental clinic. Oh, well, since we're here, I'll also take this opportunity to go and piss really quick, so. Yeah, be really quick, gentlemen. The penguin shall keep you entertained.
Individually are connected to penguins and the food that we
Wait,
eat.
what?
Mentioned overfishing.
Hey, you get a narrator
There are
too.
lots of ways that we can get
Yeah,
involved
enjoy
to
the
help.
penguins.
In fact, there are ways
And
that
the
you can get
penguin
involved
law.
and help with penguins while you're
Be
here
back.
at the academy. What could people do here at the academy today if they wanted to support penguins?
Yeah, well, just by being here and learning about penguins is step one. But if you are interested in altering your lifestyle a little bit to be more sustainable, we have some seafood watch cards that will help you make sustainable seafood choices at grocery stores or at restaurants. But if you'd also like to contribute to our Penguin Fund, you can either do that by rounding up to the nearest dollar at the gift shop, or there's a penny crusher on the far side next to the Junior Lab store.
Awesome. Thanks, Kelsey. I'm glad you mentioned Seafood Watch. Is anyone familiar with the Seafood Watch program? Maybe use it, heard of it before? Wonderful. Well, it's developed by the folks down at the Monterey Bay Aquarium, and it's a great resource to help you make sustainable seafood choices. So when you're out at a restaurant and going grocery shopping, you can take this handy little card with you or download the free app, and it'll help you make choices, like I said, on which food are best to purchase. So the green category are those best choices, those ones that have really big, nice, healthy populations in the oceans that are okay to eat. Others are good alternatives. They're ones that are okay, but maybe try and find a better option. And then the red category are ones we want to avoid because those populations are low. We want to make sure that animals in their native habitat have access to them. So we want to choose a better option with larger populations. So these handy cards are here. I have a bunch today in English and in Spanish. And like I said, you can also download the free app to help you make sustainable choices when you're out and about in your daily lives so that you can eat like a penguin at the academy. All right. So now you've learned a little about penguins, about their habitat, where they live, about how you can help support their conservation. And now it is time for questions. So does anyone have any questions today for our biologist? Yes, your hand shot up. What's your question? People do eat fish. Yes. Do you like to eat fish? Yeah, me too. They're so good. Okay, great. Wonderful question. The question was, they noticed that one of the penguins was carrying around something green that maybe didn't look like it naturally would be in a habitat. What is it, and what are they doing?
Yeah, that is what we call nesting material. So sometimes they're green, sometimes they're a little red, but it's made out of a very soft felt-like material. But that's one of the forms of enrichment that we provide to our penguins. So enrichment is anything that will encourage a natural behavior to occur or a change to the scenery just to stimulate their minds a little bit. And we provide nesting material, especially because it kind of helps that bond between bonded pairs. They build up
I
their
have
nests,
returned.
they will lay eggs in their nests,
What
rest
happened?
in their nests, but that's a natural behavior. Well, they
What
will
did
go
what did we
collect
learn?
eggs and bring it into their nest to kind of make it more homey.
Awesome.
What did you all learn while I was gone? What did you all learn about
Been done.
penguins?
You know, you have a penguin biologist, an expert in front of you. Anything you want to know about penguins?
Well, anyways, enough penguin lore.
Great question. How can we tell a penguin?
How can we tell the penguin to play Silent Hill? Yeah, back to the horror game. Enough wholesome penguin lore. Back to the evil horror game. But back to the disturbing horror game. I went out through the wrong door. Wait, what floor is it? Is it the 4th floor? Yeah, definitely the 4th floor. And there's the creepy scream. Back to whatever is going on in this hallway. Money? Got a silver coin. The lamp shining on some old silver coins. I know I've seen before. Got one earlier, so I shouldn't really take any more. I mean, I'm no thief. Might act like one now and then, though. What the fuck? Arrow the thief. Is this another coin? No, forget about it. Wait, what did it say? Keep accidentally double tapping X. Screwing us over. About the size of a quarter. I get the feeling it's really old. Silver coin. Wait, what is this? Something written on the wall. Thus one's life turns to riches. What was a bag of silver coins is now the number in a book. Yet faith hath no price. Ah, but do people know this? What? The price of the vending machine? The soda that I'm about to buy? Just a plain old vending machine. This one is selling canned drinks. Come to think of it, I'm kind of thirsty. I feel weird drinking anything sold in a place like this, though. Do it anyways. Eat the cursed soda of hell. The Danish dew of hell. Oh, key. Oh, looks like she's not gonna get her first satisfied this time. Life insurance key. What? Where's the life insurance on this? In this? Oh, maybe it's at that place where I was too scared to go down. What floor was that? I think it was the first floor. Oh, this has an emergency staircase. I know. Mental health clinic. Gallery of Fine Arts. What? It doesn't say life insurance on any of the maps. Oh, it's from a vending machine. Looks real enough. There's a tag on the key that says Elperton Life Insurance. I was just looking for life insurance on the map. Elperton Life Insurance. Maybe I'll be able to find it then. Oh, yeah, there you go. It's on the first floor. How did I miss that? It said life insurance right there. Oh, it's because I didn't look at that. Yeah, I didn't look down here. I only looked at the emergency staircase. Okay. The first floor it is then. Oh right, just that door there. Okay. The slot machine though. Oh my god. Wait. Wait, no, it's first floor, not the second floor. Why did I go to the second floor? Whoops. Well, back in the elevator I go. Got out one floor too early. Yo, you escaped twice when you played with Mr. Junior? Oh shit. And you escaped 0 times when you play with me. Yeah. I think I might know the reason for that. It's because, I mean, you and Mr. Junior, you're still, I wouldn't say brand new, but you know, you two are still like getting the hang of it. Then me, who's been playing it since it came out on PlayStation, like 6 years ago. Who has a lot of experience in the game. So what that basically means, when we play together, it tries to find the middle ground, like the average average skilled killer between both of us. Which is probably really difficult for the matchmaking since there's such a big gap, you know? It's such a big gap in experiences. With that, oh, back down with this breathing guy. So that might be why, you know, when you play with me, get killers that, you know, either are a bit more experienced or they take the game too serious. One of the two. And just want to 4K every game. When you're like brand new to the game, not brand new to the game, but when you're like still learning the game, you still get kind of like new killers and killers that just play for fun. Which makes it a bit, yeah, easier to escape. And doesn't turn every game into like a sweat fiesta. So that's probably the reason, because of the big like gap in experience. That makes sense. The big gap in the MMR. Oh. The room with that guy. I used the life insurance key. But either way, that's good to hear. That you and Mr. Junior getting the hang of the game. Escaping twice. Hawk. Mastering the game even more. God, the fucking sounds. What the fuck is going on there? It's going on out there in the hallway. What the fuck's going on in here? Oh my god, he's eating him. I don't know why, I just wanted to see that. What the hell was going on out there? Now we're in this blood-covered room. This is the end of that. This is the end of that creepy fairy tale I found. King and his people shed tears at the death of the king priestess. God took pity upon them and, granting their wishes, healed the priestess. The priestess opened her eyes just as she had done every morning of her life. She went once more to the monster's lair. Fool, you wish to die again? No, this time it's your turn. The priestess had come to defeat the monster once and for all. Oh, the priestess had come to defeat the monster once and for all. As the priestess was very, very kind, she felt sad about this task, but it had to be done. Swords and spears won't work. Arrows and bullets will just bounce off. Can't kill me. The monster laughed, but the priestess used neither sword nor spear. Chanted but a single spell. Tufu ego iris. Do you know what happened then? The monster let out a huge cry, and then died and vanished. Am I supposed to remember that? Oh god. I don't know. I don't know if I am. I'm gonna write it down though. In case. Tufu ego iris. Thus the villagers were able to use their gates once more. Everyone lavished their gratitude upon the priestess, and they all lived happily ever after. Wholesome happy ending.
Tu fui ego eris. Weird writing. What was that?
What was that? Say it again. Or can I vanish that beast in the hole now? Is that what we are gonna do? What was that? Alright, so when I leave this room, where do I want to go? Just back to the emergency stash probably, because she said that out loud, so I'm assuming the big guy's gone. And all the monsters are gone here too. Cheryl the magician. Right, I already checked those doors. I don't know why I checked them again. Yeah, that giant beast is gone. You can leave this cursed building once and for all. And get flashbanged on the way out. Everything's normal again? Hilltop Santa. So that's the name of this building. I never even knew that. Sanford Cafe. Oh, that's the one I was just in. It's the white van. Not the white van. Silent Hill 2. You have anything funny to say about the police car? Are we in the normal world? What's happening? Path is blocked. I'll go down the sketchy alleyway. What's the worst that could happen? Alright, regain your stamina, girl. Daisy Villa apartment. It opens. Hold on, where do you live again, Cheryl? Oh, here. Daisy Villa apartment 102. Oh, well, we're home. Dad, I'm home. Sorry it took so long. I had to go to hell and back, literally. Some old crazy woman cursed me. But I'm all good now, I think. Dad? That's not my place. I don't know whose stuff this is, but I think I'll leave it alone. Oh. None of it is really can help me out right now. None of it is really can help me out right now. That sounds really wrong. That sentence. Just a dust shot. Nothing to worry about. Food Truck Tycoon. I think I've seen some of those games before. On PlayStation as well. It's like, what? Why? Well, why? Where's 102? What is this? This is stairway. I don't need that. My apartment is 102 on the ground floor. Where is 102 though? No, is this 102? I don't know. There's a save point. What's this doing here? That really pisses me off. It's like having someone spit on your sacred place. Thinking that makes my head hurt. What does it mean? Oh wait, I didn't even see the other game. Wait, the other game is like a horror game. And what the hell is that other thing? That looks like a cursed Japanese game. And you get some random random flash phone game or something like with it. What an interesting combo. Perfect bundle to buy for your kid. Horror game and a nice, chill, cozy world building game. But this is my place. Why should I leave the apartment? Oh, I guess this is mine. Wait, hold on. What's at the end, though? Dad, I'm home. Wait, what is she? Oh, she just used it.
Dad, I'm home.
She
Listen,
actually said it.
Something really crazy's going on. I think we should... Dad? Dad?
What the fuck, man? Harry's fucking dead.
No! No! No!
Rip Harry. Salute. Yeah, you go get him, Cheryl. Make him pay. Wherever it is.
Did you do this?
You're late.
But why? Why?
Revenge for 17 years ago, for one thing. If not for him, our dream would have come true. And then he took you away from us.
I'll get you for this!
There is another reason. To fill your heart with hatred. It must be this way. One day you'll understand why. try to remember me, and your true self as well. You will birth a god and build an eternal paradise. He's the one who killed your father. I merely gave the order. So, what will you do? I'll be waiting where all begins.
What the hell is that
In
thing?
the town of Silent Hill.
Oh my god, title drop. Roll credits. In the town of Silent Hill. Bum 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 bum. Holy fuck. Say the thing. What the fuck is he doing? Say the thing, Cheryl. The thing you said earlier that worked. Ow. What? I don't know if the shotgun is doing damage. I guess it is. Stay down. That missed. Heads up. I'm not afraid to use this. Oh, you can't. Over here, big guy. What is he doing? What in the world? Take that. Kick him. Slow bam. Oh, I should probably heal. Equip. Let me just equip the ammo only. Come on, big guy. Cool. Here we got him. Easy.
I don't know what to say.
Then don't say anything. I'm fine, so just get out of here and leave me alone already!
Calm down.
Calm down? How am I supposed to do that? My father is dead! He's murdered! Get out! This is all your fault! If it weren't for you!
I'm sorry. make you feel better, I will. Is he okay like this?
What else can I do? There's no one here to give him a decent burial. I'm sorry, Dad.
What do you do now?
I'm going to Silent Hill.
What's in Silent Hill?
I don't know.
Do you think it's safe?
Of course it isn't. I don't know what kind of hell is waiting for me there, but I've got no other choice. I don't care about God or paradise. If that's what she believes, then fine. But she won't get away with what she did. When I find her, I'll kill her myself.
Revenge doesn't solve anything.
Maybe not, but that's what I'm going to do.
How are you gonna get there?
None of your business.
I'll give you a ride.
I don't need your help.
Yeah, but it's too far to walk. Besides, I'm partly responsible for this. I'll bring the car around back. Come by when you finish saying goodbye.
You know, you might die too.
That's fine. Nobody's gonna cry over my grave.
Find a woman and make her pay. I promise I will. What if my dad would be mad at me for thinking that way? IP Harry. There's nothing odd about the TV or the VCR. It has bookshelves. There's nothing unusual about it. Is that the notepad? Can't tell if that's a notepad next to the phone or not, so that's kind of cool. To have reference to how you saved in the first game. I'll be back, Dad. I promise I'll come home soon. Poor Cheryl. She's gonna turn into Cheryl awake now. This is classic, nothing to do here. Yep, we'll be back, Dad. Got some unfinished business to take care of. With this witch woman. I need to go back up to the roof. That monster is dead now. Besides, Doc was just waiting outside. The regular TV. There's nothing different about it. Wait, is this the exit? It shouldn't be, right? Oh, is this shower? Yeah, this is shower's room. Don't really remember exactly when, but I think I got this doll at a garage sale. I like it, but there's nothing I can do with it right now. exhausted. But I don't think I can sleep now. Besides, the doctor should be waiting for me outside. Morning always comes. It's corny, but it's true. But if your eyes are closed, it always feels like night. That's the hero's line from this movie. I always liked that line, but now it just seems stupid. Got a stun gun. Stun gun battery. It's my dress. I don't need your chains. I'll leave it alone. Wait, what? Is that a new weapon? Battery for a stun gun. High voltage to stab the bad guys. That's to touch them, though. It's very short range. What the fuck? It is a new weapon. My very what dad gave this to me, just in case. I don't usually carry it with me, because it's bulky and gets in the way. He even has his own little bathroom too. That's kind of neat. Brings up baseball references. What the hell? Why does he do that? Is he like a old baseball player or something? He just really likes baseball. This is a nice song too. Probably I turned it up a bit during the cutscene because the detective's fucking whispering. I can barely hear what the man's saying. There's nothing to do in the kitchen. I'm not hungry at all. Who could eat something in a situation like this? I guess he's a baseball fan. Sounds like it. He sure loves his baseball references. Dad, why'd you have to die? You told me you were the strongest man in the world. Liar! Whoa. Damn, that camera angle. Liar. Can't reach anybody, not the police or the church. To Silent Hill. Off to Silent Hill we go.
I just met some guy named Vincent.
Vincent?
He's a friend of yours, right?
I'm not sure.
He said when we get to Silent Hill to look for a guy named Leonard. And he gave me this map. What do you want to do?
We can't trust him, but we've got no other choice.
Here, take this too.
What's this?
Your father was holding it. started raining. Are you sleeping?
I'm awake.
You cold? What's the deal with Silent Hill anyway? It used to be a nice, quiet little town. But now,
You've been there?
once, on a missing persons case. Never did find him. But I'll tell you, that's one screwed up town. My line of work, you hear a lot of nasty rumors.
I was born and raised there.
Sorry. I didn't mean to offend you.
No offense taken.
Anyway, I thought you grew up in Portland. What's wrong? Feeling sick?
My head's pounding like the worst hangover ever.
Maybe you're car sick.
No. I'm just trying to remember. My childhood. Something terrible happened in Silent Hill 17 years ago. A woman named Dahlia. She tried to summon the ancient god of the town. She offered up her very own daughter.
That's crazy.
Maybe so, but it worked. The girl gave birth to a god. You see, that girl had special powers.
Powers?
Her classmates called her a witch. She could make things happen with her mind. She could kill people just by wishing for it. But in the end, that god was killed by a single person. My father, Harry Mason. I guess it wasn't much of a god if it could be killed by a human being. But I think Claudia's trying to do the same thing again. And I've been chosen as the sacrifice.
You've got some kind of power in you too?
After the god was killed, the girl reappeared. She was holding a baby in her arms. Before she died, she gave the baby to my father. He loved me just like I was his very own daughter. Even though he didn't know who or what I was. It was so sudden. I never had a chance to tell you how happy you made me.
gonna head for that Leonard guy's house. You check out the hospital. You got the map, right?
Yeah.
You gonna be okay alone?
I'm not a child, you know. Are you sure it's not you who's afraid to be alone?
You're right. I am afraid. I'm 50-something years old. I ain't never seen nothing like this. I still feel like I'm dreaming.
More like a nightmare, I'd say.
Yeah. I want to wake up and have a smoke already. Meet me back here when you're finished looking around the hospital. Okay?
Roger.
And that was a cool scene. The whole car scene and everything. With the music and what Cheryl was telling. Really nice. Really nice and cool car sequence. Car scene. Interesting. Well, I guess what she's talking about in the car, that pretty much tells us what the good ending was, or the canon ending was of Silent Hill 1. Interesting. So Harry defeated the monster, or the evil god, and actually lived. Got Cheryl. Oh, Heather. Heather, as she's called in this, but Cheryl, she's called Cheryl in DBD. Got to be a coincidence. But still, that's pretty weird. Who could have done this? And I like how the detective said, I'm 50-something years old. Like, what? Guy doesn't even know how old he is. I'm 50-something years old. Never seen anything like this. And that's another thing, too. It's a thing that the detective mentioned. That he was in Silent Hill a couple of years ago. For like a missing persons case. I wonder if that was related to James. Silent Hill 2. That's a little reference to that. Who knows? Who knows? Because I don't know what that ending in. I don't know what the canon ending is either. Of the second game. No point in turning on the TV. All I could watch is snow anyway. Here we are. This familiar place. Brookhaven Hospital. Everything looks the same. But I guess it also means that Harry never actually got his daughter back in the first game. That he got Cheryl, that at least Alyssa gave birth to. Interesting. At least that's what I get. At least that's what I'm getting from it. I'm tired, but there's no time to sleep. I'm gonna head for the hospital. Why the hospital specifically? Did they say something like that? I forgot. I picked up on everything else, but I forgot. Did they mention something about the hospital? That's the bathroom. I don't need to use it right now. Well, I guess this is the only way. That was a really nice cutscene, though. Full car scene. Here we are. Back in old foggy Silent Hill. Can we go to other places? I just want to go to the water park. Into the fog we go. Oh, I guess not. It's closed off. There you go, regain your stamina. Oh no, we can't enter the park. Can we? Demon dogs of hell. No. We cannot. A gas station. Where we got the OP pipe from the second game. Can we enter the bowling alley? Or is that also going to be close? We can't go eat a quick pizza. Like Eddie. Could have checked out the apartments too, but I'm guessing that's probably most likely gonna be blocked off too. And I can't be bothered. I'll run all the way back there. Just for it to be locked. That's probably going to be close too, isn't it? Evens night. Oh, what? No, it's actually open. Why is that? Mecha and beef jerky. The tourism pamphlet. Nope. I've forgotten it, but it's true. Silent Hill was originally a resort town. Welcome to Silent Hill. Silent Hill, a quiet little lakeside resort town. We're happy to have you. Take some time out of your busy schedule and enjoy a nice, restful vacation here. Row after row of quaint old houses, a gorgeous mountain landscape, and a lake which shows different sides of its beauty with the passing of the day, from sunrise to late afternoons to sunset. That can help it move you and fill you with a feeling of deep peace. I hope your time here will be pleasant, and your memories will last forever. Editor, Roger Whitmark. Thanks, Roger. I can't get behind the counter. Fly from a club. It shows a woman with long black hair. The Return of Lady Maria from 8 p.m. on the 27th. Lady Maria? Maria? Excuse me? The Maria from the second game? Is that how James made her up? Came up with the name? Paradise, huh? It's one sleazy paradise, alright. It's better than than the paradise that Claudia is talking about. Well, anyway, this isn't exactly where I wanted to hang out. At a strip club. Came here to avenge my dad. Proceeds to go hang out at a strip club and loot the entire place. Heaven's Night. Guys, we could actually enter it. Well. Oof. Next up, the hospital. That lag, though. The load in the hospital. Oh, I guess we're here. Oh, I thought that was a sign. It's like a fence. Excuse me. Hey, excuse me. What's happening in here? Oh, the map. Looks the same as in the second game. Not really anything useful in there. A bunch of different types of medicine, but none of it looks useful. Guess I just leave it alone. That was one health drink, though. Nothing interesting on the shelf or schedule on the floor. This simple again. Well, before we head out here, how much ammo do we have? 2256. Yeah, pretty decent. Not too bad, not too bad. What? Wait, what was it? Wait, it's nurses? What the? That's my move. Can't do that. Oh my god. I didn't expect it to be nurses. They are quite tanky too, not like this. What? The elevator works in this place? Let me out. I don't want to be in here yet. I don't want to take the elevator just yet. It's locked. Let's wait with this. There's a few rooms we didn't check yet. There's a door here? Oh, well, yeah. I'm glad I didn't click on the door yet. Not a door. This day has finally come. That's right. The day when you and I will meet. I was always thinking of you here in this gloomy cell. I never even knew your name or face until today. But now I know. I know you're the one I've been waiting for. And haven't you been waiting for me too? So you came to rescue me. Oh, how I love you, Heather. I want to give you my prized doll, me to commemorate our meeting. Start of this everlasting love. I can already see your smiling face. Stanley Coleman. Who the fuck is Stanley? Hello. Hello there, Red Pyramid. Welcome, welcome. And appreciate the follow as well. Welcome on in to this little Silent Hill marathon. Disgusting. I won't touch that with a 10-foot pole. Damn. Pretty messed up. That doll is meant for you. Just a flower pot. Nothing special. I don't know what kind of plant it is. Picture of a flower in a vase. Nice, but whatever. Whatever. Something on that. That should be all the doors, right? indeed. Besides that one door that leads to the cells. Let's see. I knew it. It opened. I knew it. Hey. Ow. Jesus. Calm it when the breathing, please. You're hyperventilating, relax. Oh, okay. See ya. Nice. Oh my god, it opens. What awaits us behind the door? A whole lot of nurses. Settle down. Stop freaking out on the floor. Alright, hold on. We can probably finish this one off with the pistol. Nice. Alright. This better not be a debate room. There better be something good in here. And that's why you put 3 nurses in here. It's absolutely nothing. What a fucking troll. She just left the room. I was like, there's 3 nurses in here. Surely they put something good in here, but no. Another troll room. And I'm gonna end up using all my ammo on the nurses. They're so tanky. What in the world is that collection on the wall? And it's another doll. The organization has me shut up in here. They mean to break my will, to make me forget about all that. I'll stay sane even if they throw me in here with lunatics. How about if I stick this to the wall? That'll be worthless. You can peel it off, can't you? That junk those nasty rangers won't stop using. If a thing has no meaning, there's no reason for it to exist at all, just as you exist for me. But why haven't you taken my doll with you? Ah, my gift must have embarrassed you. How cute you are, Headler. Oh. Stanley Coleman.
Yes, sir?
I'm looking for Llewellyn Moss.
Did you go up to his trailer?
Yes, I did.
Well, I'd say he's at work. Do you want to leave a message?
Where does he work?
I can't say.
She's not here. She turned off the flashlight.
I am at liberty to give out no information about our residents.
Where does he work?
Did you
where
not
does he work?
hear me? We can't give out no information.
Where does he work?
Sir.
Where does he work?
Where does he work?
Can't say.
The Scoopy room is behind them. Yeah, where does he work? Does he work at the hospital? Does he work at Brookhaven Hospital? Ah, shit, the camera angle changed.
Do
Oh,
you
there you
want
go.
to leave a message?
Where does he work?
Sir,
Where does he work?
Let's go into the hospital. Go ask around the hospital for him. Disgusting. I won't touch that with a 10-foot pole. In response to the toll. There are a lot of things stuck to the wall. Cookie, a toothbrush, a spoon, Christmas card, a clock. Whoever it was probably used glue. Why do this in the first place? Oh. He stuck a beetle in the tube. And is that food? A cookie? What the fuck? It's a key glued to the wall. I'd love to take it with me, but it's really stuck tight. Can't even pull it off. We don't even have any key items, do we? Only key items I have is Dad's notebook and 5 different Shakespeare books that she's been carrying around on her since the beginning. Dad wrote about my past in here, as always. This should be novelized. I can read it. I hope this will never come to any use. Maybe it's better if you would never know. More than anything else, I fear the possibility of you going away far from me. Sometimes we have to tell the truth. That's why I'm writing this, before I'm lost in death and oblivion. What happened back then? It has something to do with who you are. It all started 24 years ago, coming back from a vacation. My wife and I found a baby on the side of the highway. Since we were childless, we thanked God for letting us meet this child. This girl. Took her home. 3 years later, my wife died, and another 4 years later, 17 years ago, I came to Silent Hill. I heard the girl's pleas and took her with me, not knowing why she wanted us to go there. And it was there that the girl went away. Not that she actually went anywhere, nor did she die. Returned to her original self. That's what Dahlia Gillespie said. Original self. That was a young woman burned by her mother as a sacrifice to God. Alyssa Gillespie. After her soul escaped in those flames and went on to live in a baby. And that girl of mine. Of ours. 7 years passed before that half a girl returned to Silent Hill and made Alyssa whole again. Nearly strengthened, she vowed to kill God. God, a fetus nestled into this sacrificial girl's womb. Someone with the usual rights. Alyssa's wish, no matter what the outcome, even if her own existence were at stake. That wish was not granted. My interruption meant she prayed instead for the girl's return. I alone couldn't bring her back. Dahlia did it. I only helped at the birthing ceremony. Bring God out of Alyssa. The newly born God wailed once and was dead. All from that girl's, probably Alyssa's conscience, persistence. It's not the end. After God had vanished in a glow of light, Alyssa reappeared and gave me a baby. Looked a lot like that girl so long ago. Then Alyssa was gone, dead. There's nothing else I could have done to help. Simply clutched the baby to my chest and ran off. The whole thing felt like a dream, but I had proof that it wasn't. The girl was nowhere to be found, and in my arms, the baby. Now 17 years have passed. It feels like only yesterday. Yet it feels like a million years ago. I confess, I had reservations at first. Reservations at first about raising that baby. Did I love her? Her existence was thoroughly unexplained. I thought, she could be that young woman who snatched away my beloved daughter. It led to sadness, anger. There are times when I put my hands around her tiny little throat. There are times I even considered abandoning her. That's what a terrible person I am. But I decided to raise her after all. I just couldn't seem to let her go. When you look at me, you laugh, so. Even now, I can't forget about that girl. But I love you. I have no doubts about that. That's all I ask for you to believe. My precious daughter, Heather Mason. Oh, Harry. Wait. What? Yeah, Harry Mason. Is that it's him that wrote it? I don't know why I got confused for a second. I see. Summing up the end of the first game again. Oh, well, yeah, the canon ending of the first game. Well, yeah, I don't have anything to mess with this glue. Onwards through the hospital. Did I check all the doors? Yep. Alright, let's go save again. Stare into the bright circle and save. We hit 5 hours of game time. I don't know when the timer is so low. In game time. That must pause when you like look at the inventory and stuff. That's probably what it is. It like pauses during cutscenes. And when you open the inventory. Let's see if the basement works. Nothing bad ever happens in the basement, right? Right, chat room? Nothing bad ever happens in the basement. Basement doesn't work. Never mind. We're not going to the basement. The basement is out of maintenance. It's out of service. It's under maintenance. What's that, ammo? Oh no, it's another book. And another doll. I would like to read it, please. You may not yet have realized your own true feelings, but you sense them unconsciously. So you're trying to get closer to me. That's a virtue, the path to paradise. If the doors are locked, open it. Use the password for the prison gates. Doctor, I've forgotten his name. Anyway, at Quack is it posted. Use the password for the prison gates. Doctor. I've forgotten his name. He should be here too. I mean, 4 numbers. 4 numbers would have been good enough, but he kept on going. Isn't it a shame? I'm not there. Aren't you irritated? I long for you, but you're so cruel. Still, I want you. Heather. Stanley Coleman. Yeah, I'm not touching that doll. The typewritten memo posted here. What's this supposed to mean? First is larger than the second twice the first more than the fourth is half the first. All the numbers are not repeated. 3 a nut in the top row, 2 a nut in the right row. One of them was the final key. Now is that for this here? I see. Well, let's keep exploring before we mess around with that. Before it's puzzle time, explore some more. The fashion magazine. I'm not interested right now. But then get it for later. The lug is closed tightly. I can't seem to get it open. Nail polish remover. Perfume. Nothing else interesting in the locker. What the hell? Are you gonna do your makeup now or something? What's going on here? This takes off nail polish. I found the women's locker. The stuff smells a little strange. Equip. What? I can use the perfume as a weapon. Righty, that's everything here. I might as well check if we can go to the third floor before it's puzzle time. Doesn't work. Well, before it's puzzle time, let me go see if, I don't know, the nail polish and the perfume works on the glue. I don't think it will, but it's worth a try. Alright, let's see here. No. Well, wait, the nail polish is it actually working? I use nail polish remover. Oh, that actually worked. I got stable key. Okay. I didn't actually expect that to work. But hey, if it works, it works. More places to explore. Is this more nurses? It is. I don't want to waste my ammo on you. It's just 1, 2, so it's okay. It's just what? We can juke one of them. God, it's saving so fast, man. What is this? Why is it saving so quickly? Since when is there an SSD inside the PS2? We'll do a loop around again. Can I go into the basement now? Or is it gonna be blocked off? We can enter the basement. Monka shake. Wait, this is not how I remember the basement. Top machine gun bullets. Oh shit. About to go to war. Oh wow. That's a nice camera angle. I actually thought it was a cutscene that was starting. Then it slowly slows down when you get closer. How creepy. And cool at the same time. The wheelchair. What's the person that was using it? I don't know. Follow the plot. Maybe you'll get your answer. Oh, just junk. I don't think there's anything important in here. What the fuck is happening with the lighting in this room? Streaks of blood, as if something got dragged. Continuing on the back of the shelf. No, it's more like they start from the back of the shelf. It's a suspicious space between the shelf and the wall. But I can't squeeze into there. And there's no way I can move the shelf either. Really? I'm sure you could move the shelf, unless it's really heavy, I guess. Oh god, okay. I was kind of expecting a jump scare as we left. What the fuck happened here? Look at all the bullet holes in the blood. Then there's an SMG. Got a submachine gun. Plot trail continues into the elevator. Part of me wants to peek in, but then it's a little creepy too. Man. I think I can call the elevator from here. Monka shake. The suspense. It just gave us a new weapon. I feel like they're gonna spawn an enemy for me to use the SMG on. Monk shake. I'm not afraid to use this thing. Okay, no mind. We're cool. No enemies appeared in the basement. The third floor we haven't been to. Oh? What about the roof? Another note. Fuck, I didn't mean to click on the door. No, go back. Yep, no, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to disturb you. No, it disappeared too now. Damn it, I didn't. Yeah. When is the last time you saved? I think the last time we saved was when I got the... What's it called? The key for the stairwell? Damn it. I wanted to read the note. Hold on, okay. I think we're gonna reload a save here. I'm gonna go down and let the nurse kill me. You wanted to read the note. All we have to do is just pick up the SMG and look through the basement again. I'm pretty sure the last time we saved was after I picked up the staircase key. Murder me. Wait, what is happening? Is that a... I'm just trying to reload my save here, man. Who's that? Wait, what's going on? Hello? Okay, it is just a unique game over screen. I was like, wait, what? Did I like accidentally advance the game from dying? But that's cool though, that there's a unique game over screen. Yeah, okay, so we have to, yeah, okay, so we just need to go down and pick up the SMG again. And then we can read the note this time. Wait, is she over here this time? Run past. Got this cool angle with the wheelchair again. Click on that again, just in case. Just in case it means anything important. Pick up the gun. There you go. Right, okay. Let's read the note this time, shall we? Let's not click on the door. Creepy noises. That's one more. Oh, you bought the new Street Fighter Pog. That game looks fucking sick. I would love to play that and get it, but I know if I get that game, I'm probably gonna have any time to play it. And Callisto Protocol, oof. Ooh, that's kind of a oof. I hope you like it. I hope you like Callisto Protocol. You get around to it. I also like the rooftop. It makes me want to fly. You too? Are you fucking serious? That's all I missed out on? Those free fucking lines? Jesus. I want to go save again. Yeah, you know, it does look pretty. The graphics look really good, yeah. It's just the gameplay that's, yeah. Yeah. It's a bit, not the most exciting thing in the world. But either way, I hope you like both of them. Then you get around to them. Right, so now what? Oh yeah, the third floor. And the roof, I guess. Do I want to go to the roof? I don't know if I want to though. Hey. I don't know if I want to go on the roof, to be honest. I think I'll just go to the third floor. Right, well, before we go in, let me hydrate. And before, for some strange reason now, the key doesn't work. Oh my god, it works. What? There's no enemies here? I am extremely surprised by that. And the first door works too? Wow, this is the place James fell into. The memo on the wall. Punishment for brutality towards patient. 12 hours confinement in the special treatment room. Dismissal policy no longer in effect. Contact the chief if you have any questions. There's something handwritten on top of the typewriting sentence. Trick is to not leave any marks. And one other thing. This looks like it was written by a different person. The chief is a pervert. She would have been better off if she had been fired. What? That's a lot. That's a lot to take in. Which message are we supposed to pay attention to? It's unlocked. Oh. 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 And this one opens. There's another note. Flowing freely your ebony hair, like the night sky, scattering fragrance. My heart clamoring in my chest like a storm. You trifle with it. Your pristine glance, like a feast when you smile. My thoughts disrupted, my breath like opium. It drives me mad. Eric, a great poet who conveys my feelings so well. I shouldn't have let this place get to me. I've never gone crazy, but it's superbly enjoyable to drown in my love for you. I never should have gone crazy. I knew it. I never should have gone insane. Why won't you accept her for my love? Don't stand on harmony now. After all, you and I exist as one. What I give to you is the same as what I give to me. Stanley. Ew. That doll. Well, what's in here? Yeah, how about no? I don't know why, but I was expecting that. I was expecting an enemy in there. You can stay in there. Think about what you've done. One opens too. Save point. Don't mind if I do. It's good variety, but nothing I would need. Another bucket. Nothing but cleaning supplies in this locker. Oh my god, there's another node. Heather, my most sacred love. I'm always watching you. No matter where you are, or what you may be doing. I've never lost sight of you. Now you feel intensely lonely. Yet with a single key to this door, those feelings won't stand in the way any longer. We haven't been able to see each other for so long. Be patient. Just a little longer. I'll be patient, too. Even though I long to hold you in these hands of mine. The key is behind the shelves in the underground garage. Right there. That's that idiot doctor. Not a single person here who's right in the head. Not just in this hospital. I mean in all of Silent Hill. Except me. Stanley Coleman. The garage? This place has a garage. Mm-hmm. Is she writing these down? About the monster in the water. She is writing them down. Oh, let's save again. Oh, now it works. Wait, what do we... I didn't actually want to take the elevator. What do we got? I think all we have is the puzzle maybe for the keypad. I think we've almost been through everything. Unless there's more here. I mean, there is the rooftop, but... Ugh, not the rooftop. Anything but the rooftop. There's an evil creature. Oh, wait, yeah, I mean... There is this whole wing out here. If we can even get out here. Never mind. Wait, is this also a key? A numpad? Yeah, I mean, unless there's something in that special treatment room with that nurse, unless there's something in there, then... Actually, you know what, there's something I want to try. Since it's so close, can I use the stun gun on her? Oh, this thing's not even loaded. What the? There's probably nothing in here, but I want to test this stun gun. Smooth. Yeah, no, there's nothing in here. It's just a troll room. But hey, at least I got to test out the stun gun. Might be the only time we'll use it. This whole playthrough. Let me read this one more time. The fucking room. It's triggers to not leave any marks. The triggers are powdered. I don't know if that's just random nonsense or if it's actually useful. Well. Wait, what? Oh, that thing in the storeroom is actually something. I didn't actually think that would be of any significance. Go use the perfume on it. Alright, well, let's save again, then do something crazy and head up on the roof. Even though, yeah, that's probably a horrible idea. But let's do it anyways. Just in case there might be something. On the off chance there is actually something we need. Oh, here we go. Hey, big guy. There's two of you? Oh my god. Oh, see, I'm glad I saved. Yeah, I don't think there is anything. Don't think there's anything up here, unless there's a thing in the corner. It's cool that there's this unique game over screen though. And I also thought that was Red Pepper. I thought it was Pyramid Head, but no. Do it again! And then let's run over to the corner. Alright, well here goes. Even if there is anything, like a note. Whatever, let's just see. Wait, there's SMG ammo? Huh. See you later, suckers. Well, I guess it was worth it in the end anyway. Either way. There was actually something up there. Nice. It was an all for nothing. Okay. Well, in that case, let's save, and then I think it's puzzle time. Oh boy. It's been so long since we had a puzzle. The only puzzle we've had in this game is the first one. Like with the books. At the mall. Oh my god. Carol, get around the stairs. Time to 5 hit this shit. It's 1. 1, 9. 4, 7. 3. 5. Damn it. What does it say? First legend, the second. First legend, the second twice the third. Third smaller than the fourth is half the first. Can I take a picture of this? Because I'll have forgotten this as soon as I go look at the keypad. Anyways, what does the whole thing say? 4 of the numbers are not repeated. 3 are not in the top row. 2 are not in the right row. One of the numbers is the final key. The first is larger than the second. Well, yeah, let me take a picture of this. The first is larger than the second twice. Well, the numbers are not repeated. Right. We gotta do this quick because the phone's running low on battery here. Gotta 5 hit this shit fast. Let's just let us. Okay, wait, no. What's this final key? Bro. 3 and then the top row, 2 are not in the right row. The first is larger than the second. Okay, what if we say that's 9? Second twice the third. Second is twice the third. Third is smaller than the 8. Second one twice the third. Smaller than the fourth. And the fourth is half of the first. Wait, the fourth is half of the first. That doesn't make any sense if it begins with 9. What if we do 8 then? Second, twice the third. Versus half, so it would be full. Third is smaller than the fourth. This doesn't make any sense. This way. Well, the numbers are not repeated, yeah. Three and not in the top row. Two and not in the right row. And the right row, this row. That means 2 of them are there. 3, 6, 9. I need some water. Let me hydrate. Okay. What if we start with 6? The first is first and the second. Second is twice the office head. That'd be free. Wait, but that wait, I mean that could still work. Third is smaller than the fourth. One of the numbers is the final key. Final key. What if I do this from the beginning? Good. Begin on the top row. Half the fourth is half the first. But then what the fuck with the hat? What is half a 9? It doesn't make any sense. Third is smaller than the fourth. Unless 9 is the last number. How would that even? one of the numbers is the final key. That is the thing that bothers me the most. I say about this, that it says one of the numbers is the final key. I like that. And that has to be either 109. Parcels, indeed. It's parcel time, Mr. Dante. It's parcel time. It's time to 5-hit this shit. The third is smaller than the fourth. Why this puzzle in particular? You also spent a long time on this? Oh, yeah, good amount of time on it. Third is smaller than the fourth. Fourth is half the. Which is in the second twice the third. Wait, let's see, is this gonna work? No, it's not gonna work, cause 3 and not in the top row. Let me just try it anyways, but yeah, I don't know, it's not gonna be it. You know. Let me just back out just in case to reset the keypad. Okay. Well, yeah, one of them has to be either 109. One of the numbers is the final key. Or just larger than this. What if that's not? Fourth is half the first. Or is smaller than the. Twice the third. What does it say? 2 are not in the right row. I don't know, let me wait. 2 are not in the right row. That means the other 2 could still be there, I guess. Let's try this. 9, 6, 4. Damn it. Guess it has to be 1 then. Right. Reset the keypad just in case. Okay. Let's try this then. I don't know whether, I mean, it has to be, if that has to be a 1, I don't know where the 1 would be. Third is smaller than 4th. It's third then. Here's one of the fourth. Right. No, it doesn't. That doesn't work. That doesn't work with the one in that spot. First is larger than the second. That doesn't work. The second is twice the third. That doesn't work either. Fourth is half the first. Third is smaller than the fourth. You know, it doesn't work. Okay, the one doesn't work with anything, so it does have to be 9, I guess. Yeah, 9 has to be used somewhere in this. I am certain on that. So let's. Okay, I still have 12% battery left. we have till my phone dies to figure this out. And there's 12% left. We got this, right? Let's see. What if I try this again? Fourth is half the first. Third is smaller than the fourth. Okay, what if we try that? 9, 8, 4, 6. Damn it. Oh. Man. What are the numbers you will then? least there's background music for this. We don't have to sit here in silence while I monka math this. Hold on. Let me do something. I need my good old friend for this. My good old friend called Paint. Why is it so small? Anyways, you see, so we have Paint here to help visualize everything. So like it says if all the numbers are not repeated, so that means they're all different. 3 are not in the top row. Top row. So that means 1 nice 2 2 3. Right, that means one of those 3 numbers are here. 2 are not in the right row. That's 369. That means 2 of these? Oh, not in the right row. Like 2 of these are in there. And then one of the numbers is the final key, which is either 1 or 9, but I'm guessing it's 9. Alright, so I'd go. I'm trying to figure out a spot where like 9 would be the best. Where 9 would be the place to put it. Like, you would actually think it's the first one because it says that the first is larger than the second. So that could be 9, but then at the end it says the 4th is half the first. Then what the fuck is half of 9? That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. A half of 9? You can't cut 9 in half. It'd be like 4.5, but how am I gonna put that into the keypad? But I mean, if we go with that logic, then it would be we start with 9, and the second is then the 4th is half the first. So if we say that's 4, and the third is smaller than the 4th, that could be like, I don't know, 3, I guess, or 2 even. The second is twice the third, so that would be like 6. Can't do that because only 2 of these are useful. And then if we change this to 2, then that would be double a 2, which would be 4, which that doesn't work either. Let's see. The third is smaller than the 4th. I mean, it could be 1. But then that also doesn't make any sense, because if you put this to 1, then second is twice the third. That like, what's twice a 1? That doesn't make any sense either. You know, that doesn't work. The third is smaller than the fourth. Okay, what if we go with 1 then? A 1 here in the third spot. That's a 1. And yeah, second is twice the third, but then that's the one that doesn't make any sense. Because you can't put 1 in the third spot. That doesn't make any sense at all. How much battery do we have? We still have 12%. Okay, good. Let's see. Alright, well, what if we just pick a random number? The first is larger than the second. Pick a random number like 2 to begin with. First is larger than the second, 2. Second. First is larger than the second twice the third. Wait, but then that would mean that would be 1. Exactly, it's fucking puzzle time over here. It's puzzle time. Man, this reminds me of when we played Song of Horror and when we had to bust out paint for that key puzzle. Except this doesn't involve keys, this involves numbers and a keypad. The first is larger than the second. Well then, what if we pick a random number again, like 4? What if we pick 4? Then the second... Wait, the first is larger than the second. So that means the third one could be either 3, 2, 1. What if we say 2? The second... twice the third. Did we say this is 2? The second twice the third, but that would also mean this is 4 again, and can't have the number repeat. Okay. Is it because it just doesn't make any sense because you're supposed to divide 9? The half of 9, even though it doesn't make any sense. Is that what it's supposed to be? I was starting to see that as the only solution. What if I do it like that? Like 9. And then, I don't remember. I don't think we tried this. The fourth is half of the first, so we just say that's 5. The third is smaller than the fourth. So that could be either 4, 3, 2, or 1. What if we say 4? The second is twice the third. That's 6. Is this the code? 9645? Let's find out. 9? I don't think so. Yeah, no. Because it has to be a number. It has to be one number from the top row too. Okay, hold on a second. The fourth is half the third. The third is smaller than the fourth. Okay, so what if... What if it's 9425? 9 4. Nah, that's not gonna be it. because then there's missing one from the right side. This is driving Leo crazy. It kind of is. A little bit. It's definitely making my brain work overtime, that's for sure. It's because it needs to be one number from the top row, so either 1, 2, or 3 is involved, and then it has to be 2 numbers from the right side, so either 3, 6, or 9. Like 2 of those. First one is legend, the second twice the third. What if the first is larger than the second? No. Happy birthday. Well, why are you wishing me happy birthday? What the fuck? Gov also said happy birthday earlier. What? No, it's not my birthday. Hello? Hello, I need more water. Is that what I get for my birthday? Wish to give pain or receive pain? Who am I giving the pain to? Which is larger than the second? And also, one of the numbers is the final key. Final key, like you would assume that's 9, right? So 9 has to be somewhere in here. The first larger the second, second twice the third, third smaller than the fourth. The fourth is half the first. Pick a present. Well, what options do I have? Oh wait, are you like referencing a part in this game? Yeah, no, but we've been here on this keypad. But yeah, 9 has to be involved, which means either 3 or 6 are used somewhere. Okay, what if we do this? We put 9, 9, 9, 9, and then we see which one of them makes sense. So first, 9 on the first spot. Fourth is half the first, which doesn't make any fucking sense. So this would either be like 4 or 5, I guess. Let's try with 5 first. Tried this, I think, but let's just do it again for good measure. The third is smaller than the fourth. What if we say 3? The second is twice the third, which would be 6, but that is not gonna work. I'm pretty sure. I'd be really surprised if this works. You know. Well then, just for good measure, what if we say this is 4? The third is smaller than the fourth, so what if we say that? Well, it can't be 2 because then it becomes that. Third is smaller than the fourth, so what if we say it's 3? But then it becomes 6, and then that's not gonna cut it either. Yeah, no. Imagine if this works. 9, 6, 4, 1. No. Yeah. Let me reset the keypad just for good measure. Okay, yeah, so I'm pretty sure that first one doesn't work at all. So what if we try 9 in the second spot? The second is twice the third. Third is smaller than the fourth. Second is twice the third. Like it just doesn't make any sense. Like The third, like, okay, so the second is twice the third. We have 9 on the second spot, right? So second is twice the third. That means the third spot would be like that you can't do that. That doesn't work. It doesn't work. Like you can't do like 5 plus 5 is 10. 4 plus 4 is 8 and 6 plus 6 is 12. There's no like you can't get 9. What in the world? So that one doesn't work. Alright, so what if we try 9 on the first spot? The third, wait. Second is twice the third. That also doesn't make any sense.
Holy shit!
Third is smaller than the fourth. Yes, so it's not possible for 9 to be there.
Holy shit!
I know, right? It's paint.
Fuck!
The fourth is half the first. Now that, like, fourth being half of the first, that would mean like this would have to be higher. So like none of these options they make any sense. None of these work. For 9, the closest thing would be this. But then, if we try 1, like it says final key. 9 is obviously the final key. Like, I mean, I guess it has to be this that somehow gives me the solution. But also, yeah, I saw that. I read about that a bit earlier. I didn't read it. I just saw the headline. Yeah, pretty crazy. He's become quite people fat. The first is larger than the second. Off is half the first. I don't know. I don't understand. Panic. I need to go piss. I need to go use the bathroom. Maybe that'll help me think on how to solve this. Be really quick. Maybe I'll just, magically know how it works when I come back. Let's see. Is this gonna be penguin law? Oh, no, they stopped the penguin law. Either way, I'll be back. Okay. I have returned. Alright, let's continue going insane from this. Right, okay. So, I have a question. You can answer this. Because I need to know. Is 9 involved in this? Is the 9 involved in this? Is 9 somewhere in this code? In the solution? Because that's driving me insane. That if 9 is involved in this, it's asking me to, like, half a 9. Like, what the fuck is half a 9? That doesn't make any sense. A double 9. I mean, that does make sense, but... Keypad. I can't punch that many numbers in. Unless, I guess... It's more than 4 numbers? Wait, but it... It has to be 4 numbers, though, because it says, like... 4 of the numbers are not repeated. Four of the numbers are not repeated. I mean, what if it's more than 4? I mean, okay, let's just try that. That's an insane theory. Let's try it though. Okay, so let's see here. What is the number? Oh wait, it's the wrong one. Oh my god, white dog. You can't see the alert because it's hidden by the paint. I appreciate the raid, white dog. Appreciate it, my good sir. Your internet's fucking up. Oh no, I'm sorry to hear that, but still hope you managed to have a good stream. What were you playing? You're raiding us right in the middle of a crazy puzzle here. Oh, that's really annoying. That sucks. It sucks when it happens. No Project Soundboard. That I've seen that game before. That game does look pretty cool. Seems like a pretty fun game. I've never tried it myself though. Okay, yeah, no, there is no way. I cannot see this working, like, if it's more than 4 numbers. You know, that just makes it, like, way too complicated. Getting a new account soon with new equipment. Oh, in the Project Zomboid game? Yeah, that sounds nice. That sounds pretty exciting. Oh, a new internet-wise, I see. Because your router is fucked. I mean, I believe it. If it's resetting itself like 4 times, sounds like there might be something wrong with it. The second is twice the third. Yeah, no, that it has to be 4 numbers. It doesn't make sense otherwise. What if we go with 8, I guess. 8. The first is actually the 4th is half of the first, so that would mean the last one is 4. Third is smaller than the 4th. What if we say that's 3? And then second is twice the first, so that would be 6. 8, 6, 3, 4. But that... Where's my control? That wouldn't make any sense. But that it says the final key. One of the numbers is the final key. I mean, I'll try it anyways. Oh my god, that was actually it. We got it. We figured it out. But then, what does it mean by final key then? What are the numbers is the final key? What the... Oh, sorry, I hit the microphone. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Oh, you can't see it. Hold on. We got it. It's unlocked. It's unlocked, gentlemen. Well, I'm glad I gave up on the 9 because that was just driving me insane. Because yet there was just no way that was gonna work anywhere. It didn't fit anywhere. So 8 was actually the correct one. I'm glad I just went with that. It's just because I was just like, you know what? If it's not 9, I guess I'll just go from the end and then just take it from there, like 8, and then if that didn't work, we were gonna try out 7. Probably not, because we'll probably try 6 then, because you can't divide 7 with anything. That makes sense on the keypad. I don't know, can anyone explain that? I mean, we just solved it, but... One of the numbers is the final key. Why does it say that? Is that just to fuck with you? Why does it say that? Is that just to mess with you? Like it did with me, to think that it's 9 or 1? What's up with that? Why does it say that? Someone explain, please. Anyways. We got it open. We figured that code was 8634. Now, let me charge up my phone because it's about to die. Hold on. There you go. Here you go. Put my phone to charge because we were kind of on a time limit too there. Because I was looking at my phone because I took the picture of the riddle, and my phone only had 11% battery left. So yeah, we basically just had until the phone ran out of battery to solve it. And well, we got it. We got it. Yeah, the code was. There you go. Code was 8634. That was the code. But I just want someone to explain to me, like, hold on, I'll show you here. Yeah, my phone was dying. I was keeping an eye on that battery while we're doing the puzzle because we had until it ran out. But I just want someone to explain to me because it says here, like, at the very end, it says one of the numbers is the final key. Now, is that just worded in a cryptid way like that to make you think that that it's 9? Because the final key that it's talking about is 8, I'm guessing. Because that's the closest thing to 9. One of the numbers is the final key. How would you interpret that? How would you interpret that? Like, you would obviously think it's 9, right? That they're talking about 9? I guess it's just worded like that on purpose to fuck with you, like it did with me. To try and make sense of it with 9 somewhere, but yeah, that doesn't make any sense at all. It didn't fit anywhere. Oh, yeah, we got it. That's what matters. Now, let's go save. That'd be so hilarious, though. Like, you do the puzzle, and you're like, fuck yeah, I finally solved it. And then you walk through the door. And then there's just an enemy that insta-kills you or something. And then because you did that, you forgot to save, and then you have to do the puzzle over. And then the puzzle's randomized every time. Could you imagine? You gotta do it over again. Puzzle randomizes itself every time you die. I'm gonna go save, man. I'm gonna go up to the second floor and save here. Easy, I'll just do it again. No big deal. Whew, man. How long did that take? How long were we sitting there for? Well, yeah, if you mess it up, you have to come back again tomorrow. Like, ah, shit, you messed it up. Tough luck, eh? Come back tomorrow and try again. How long did that take? Did that take 40 minutes? Jesus. That took 6 hours. Yep. I'd believe it. We were sitting... Quality Twitch content. We were sitting here staring at a keypad for 6 hours. While drawing in paint to try and make sense of everything. Sounds about right, yep. That was literally us right there. Wow, I like how the peepers is covering up the chat on the screen. Oh, there it goes. That was me. Oh. Oh, Jesus Christ, man. That was literally me right there. That puzzle time. What is it called? People puzzle? Yeah, people puzzle. That was literally me trying, like, just trying to shove that 9 into that solution somehow, trying to make sense of it. Like, no, I'll make it work somehow. I'll make the 9 fit into the solution somehow. That was literally me, but no. I'm glad I decided to give up on it. And yeah, go with the 8 instead, which turned out to be the correct solution. Holy shit. I feel knocked out. I feel knocked out after that puzzle. Right. Well, let's see what's behind the door. Is it even going to be worth it? What's behind the door? Wait, hold on, go back. I think there's another keypad here. Is the same code gonna work here? Death is behind the door. Hold on a second, is the same code gonna work here? What was the code again? What was the code? 8634, okay. Doesn't work. I'm guessing that's a different code for that one. I sure fucking hope so. It didn't open. No, it didn't open. I think it's a different code for that. I think it's a code we get later on. I'm not gonna sit for another 7 hours trying to make sense of that one. Make sense of that keypad. Pause chat. Time to stare at the keypad again on the door. Pause chat. Is it open? I know. No, this is the door right here. Let's see. Is it death that's behind it? It sure is. Heavy breathing intensifies. Oh my god. There's a tattoo on his foot. Margaret, I'd swear I'll love until death do us apart. What? He got that tattooed on his foot? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking right there. Feels weird, man. What? Why would you get that tattooed on your foot of all places? That sounds like a horrible idea. Why not on your arm or something? A place where you could actually see it. Who's gonna look under your foot to see that? That sounds like a waste of money. It's a tattoo on your forehead. Every time you look in the mirror, you'll see it. Yeah. Wait, isn't it gonna be backwards or something if he looks in the mirror with that tattoo on his forehead? He's not gonna be able to read it. Isn't it gonna be like all messed up, like backwards? Well, I guess we'll have to remind the tattoo artist of that. Tattoo it on my forehead backwards. So I can actually see it when I look in the mirror. So I can actually read it. The start time is my key. Is that how he always reminds himself of his password? He got that tattooed on his arm. The start time is my key. What if multiple people know your start time then? That doesn't seem very safe. Doesn't seem very smart. Medical record here. Could this be for this dead guy? Background unknown. Name, age unknown. Admitted patient. Found in poor mental state in hospital grounds. Temporarily stolen room M4 at chief discretion. Died late tonight from blood loss due to severe carotid artery. Was grasping own kitchen knife in right hand. Assumed this was caused a neck wound. Possible suicide, but wound angle suspicious. Sent to second floor treatment room for further investigation. Received no proof of corroboration of event from patient residing in the same room. Have notified police, however, for future necessity, the victim's bed and FX intact room M4. M4. Oh, it's here. The start time is my key. I don't think we've gotten any like start time or like read about it. Hey, how's it going? Whoa! She has a gun? I just heard like a bang. What the fuck? Oh, it's another one of these. There was a tattooed guy in that rumbled bed. Not anymore though. That alarm clogging filthy bagger is. But don't misunderstood. Understand. Misunderstand. I haven't done a thing. I didn't hate him. Though he was a liar. Did I write something of my own? On my chest? Since I can't cut it open to show you my heart? I love Heather. Now something a bit more forceful. I love Heather. Is it enough for what I feel? Oh, what tender emotions this image brings. Stanley Coleman. Ah! Wake up, chat. Good morning. Wait, what does that say? Mm-hmm. Will you turn off the alarm? Now it's strange. Now it's strangely quiet. Mm-hmm. I guess this is the code for the thing. The briefcase. Hill is stained sticky with blood. Is this from the tattooed guy? I've got a bad feeling. Education's locked. Ah, yeah, there you go. Mm-hmm. Wait, what time is it? Wait, what was that on again? I already forgot. I'm gonna have to go take a picture of it. Why do they put the phone? Here we go. There we go. My brain is broken after that keypad puzzle. Oh. I got it. Even though it's changed slightly. Now let me move the mic down. It moved up for some reason. Oh my god. No. Stay down, microphone. There we go. Okay. Alright, what do we got? An Insta camera. Is there anything else interesting in the attaché case? Like a normal camera, you can see the developed photos right away. Uh-huh. Ooh. What would we be taking pictures of? Oh, this also opens. Hello. Oh my god. From downtown. Okay, hold on. Time out. Did I miss the door on the left there? No, so how is our health doing? Not good? Yeah, at least one of these. Oh god, it's enemy C2 now. Can I? Oh god, hold on. Can I go somewhere with some peace and quiet? Check out what we're doing here. Okay, so what do we have? I have an instant camera and perfume. That's what we got. Then we have dad's notes. Now, where the hell? I spent so long on the keypad, I forgot where anything is. But this room is still, we can't get in here. Who knows what the code is for that? D2. Alright, that was the debate room. Visiting room. What was in the visiting room? Yep, note it all down. Note it all down. I should probably look. Oh, the diary. This place doesn't make any sense. Note it. This place doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Now that don't make no fucking sense. Damn right, Franklin. Wasn't that a note?
Can you hear me? Steady.
I don't know why, but that particular line is also just stuck in my head. Franklin just saying, that don't make no fucking sense. He just says that randomly too, right, as well? When something strange happens, when he like runs someone over. Someone jumps in front of his car, oh, yeah, it's a car crash, yeah. It's not like that's like... It's not like it's part of like campaign dialogue or anything. It happens in free roaming. When you or in a car crash. Very funny. That's just, I don't know why it's stuck in my head too. Quack has it posted. He should be that too. Kept on going. Oh, wait, it's this one. This is the note. You know, if you net password for the prison key. I don't remember if we've seen any other numbers anywhere. Wait, is that also Franklin dialogue? Some of the things that he says. Oh, that's what they say. They're in a car crash, I guess. And that's not, for some reason that's not as memorable to me as what Franklin says. Jesus Christ. Oh, right. There was that thing in the basement. I completely forgot about that because I really didn't think that would be of any significance. Maybe I have to use the camera there to see what's on the other side or something. When his car won't start. I see. I feel like that rarely happens. At least to me. I have not seen it happen often. Let's see. Do we use the camera to see what's on the other side? We sure do. Mocha flash. 9823. Oh, well, there you go. How convenient she had it perfectly framed right in the middle with the camera and everything. Wow. Natural photographer, eh, Cheryl? Not like a number was missing out of the picture or anything. No, it was just perfectly framed right in the middle. Pro photographer. Yeah, we know you're a god-tier driver. What? That's not what I meant by that. No. That's not what I was implying. No. Not like this. Oh, it's the third floor we have to go to, and that's also where the save is. That's perfect. It has almost been. Oh, no, I want to save. It's almost been 5 hours. What time is it? 3 in the morning. No, according to the console, it's only 9 p.m. But I don't think we should trust the console. That's stuck in the year 2000 still. Wait, wasn't that the code? 9823? Oh, there you go. I just missed it the first time. Whoa, camera. Wish I took an error in the news from a higher level than me. And I was put out of business for good. Fucking Assassin's Creed Origins. And its level system. Issue and an alarm clock, huh? Clock's broken, but otherwise no big deal. There's a tissue and an alarm clock. And then there's quite the interesting magazine right here. Interesting, huh? The magazine, just some kind of gossip magazine. Teaching Despair Hope Hours. What? A Hope House. Hope House, an orphanage in the outskirts of Silent Hill. Behind its false image is a place where children are kidnapped and brainwashed. Hope House is managed by the Silent Hill Smile Support Society. Charity organization sometimes called 4S. It's true that 4S is a well-respected charity that takes in poor children without homes and raises them with hope. What kind of cover is that for a gossip magazine? This makes. Hold on, I need some water really quick. There we go. But at its heart is a heathen organization that teaches its own warped dogma in lieu of good religious values. Mrs. Smith Tem, who lives near Hope House, had this to say. Sometimes at night I can hear the weird prayers and the sounds of children crying. I went there to complain one time, but they ran me right out. Since then, it hasn't changed a bit. In fact, this reporter was used. Was refused admission when he attempted to take photographs in the facility. What exactly do the folks at Hope House have to hide? During my investigations, I was able to discover, however, a suspicious-looking round concrete tower which appears to be part of the facilities. Fortunately, no one was willing to tell us what the tower was used for. It seems unlikely that it has anything to do with the business of raising orphanages. It may, in fact, be a prison or a secret place of worship. The cult religion that operates Hope House is known by the locals simply as the Order. It's a religion that is deeply interwoven with Silent Hill's history, where its worshippers fervently believe that they are among the elite, chosen people, has a dark and dangerous side. I intend to continue my investigation of Hope House and the cult behind it. I've always believed that telling the whole truth and showing the children the true path is our most important duty. Joseph Schreiber. Schreiber? Hope House. I feel like I've heard that name before. The Roundstad Horn. Again, we've never had it before. But why? Well, why we've never had it before? I don't know. Never crossed my mind, to be honest. It's never crossed my mind, to be honest. But to add that as a sound effect. More beef jerky. Yeah, for when it's red sauce. Yeah, is it like the sound that it plays at the beginning of the round? Is that what you're talking about? Yeah. I see. Wait, that doll is broken. Me too. Right, I can't just click on your name anymore. That doesn't work. I gotta permit you manually by typing it. There you go. Yeah, that's yeah, I got you. We can figure something out with that. We could figure something out with that for sure. Exclamation mark sauce. Oh, it just plays yeah, exactly. It just plays every time someone says red sauce in chat. I think that's what it would end up being. But also, yeah, you talked about as you play Assassin's Creed Origins someday on Nightmare difficulty. Really? It's not that bad. I remember when Chris, he played it back in the day and streamed it, and I remember he had to do a lot of side quests to be able to do stuff. The Lost on a Pod, it's really pretty and... Wait, it's really pretty and... What does that say? Oh, it's really pretty sad to look at. It's really pretty sad to look at. I wonder who did it anyway. Goodbye, Heather. I'm so sorry I wasn't able to respond to your love. It's all over. Leo not despises me because I made fun of it, saying it would come to this. If it weren't for his meddling, I would have been able to meet you in just a little while. Then it could have taken you to my world. World for us alone, more beautiful than this one. And I had been waiting for this date for today. The day I'd see you. The day you'd save me. Today. Heather, watch out for him. Leonard is no ordinary guy. Farewell. I loved you. Heather, my goddess. Heather, my lover. Heather, my... Cut off. He didn't have time to finish. Yeah, but, I mean, I don't know. If anything, I would really like to play Assassin's Creed Syndicate and Valhalla first. Ps2. Hello? Hello? Is this the pizza? Pizza that I ordered 5 hours ago?
Hello?
Claudia.
No, I'm not.
Don't lie to me, Claudia. You're always trying to run from your responsibilities. Have you come to apologize? Or maybe you still don't realize how foolish you've been. The salvation of all mankind. What a ridiculous dream.
Wait, just listen to me for a second.
I've heard enough from you already. How did you turn out this way? Where did I go wrong?
Listen to me already. I'm not Claudia.
You're not Claudia.
My name is Heather.
Heather.
Who are you?
Leonard Wolf. I'm sorry. I thought you were my daughter.
Claudia is your daughter?
Oh, so you know her, do you? Are you one of her followers?
No. Never. When I find her, I'm...
I can feel the hatred.
What?
Behind your words, the anger. You plan to kill her, don't you?
I'm sorry, but she killed my father.
She's a fool, but she's still my daughter. I was going to forgive her if she changed her ways, but I see it's too late. Heather, will you help me?
Help you?
I'm locked up in here, and I must stop Claudia.
Where are you now?
I'm not sure myself, but the door is at the end of the hall on the second floor. I think I can be of help to you. I have a seal. Please.
A seal?
A seal? What, the seal is here? I want to pet the seal.
The end of the hall on the second floor.
Something interesting in the bed, all around the bed. Gross. I hope that stings like old sweat. End of the hall on the second floor. There's no door there unless he's inside M6. Interesting. I like how she's like, I'm sorry, but she killed my dad, so that justifies that I'm going to kill her now. I'm really sorry your daughter killed my dad, but since she did that, I'm gonna have to murder your daughter. The way that she said all that made it sound like, oh, okay. Well, in that case, that's fine. You can go ahead and kill my daughter. If you kill your dad, then yeah, sure, go right ahead. Kill my own flesh and blood. Sure. Oh, go right ahead, Heather. I have 5 of these? What? I'm not happy. Is this, what the save is to, right? Yeah. Let's save before we head down the hall. Bottom. Into the hall on the second floor. You mean down here? Oh, there is a door here. What? Where did that come from? Was that always there? No way. Alrighty. Yeah, okay. Sure, I'll go this way. Sure, I'll go this way then. Who's opening all these? Surely it's not him, right? What are you getting yourself into, Cheryl? Anything down here? No. Whoa. Game lagged right there. Okay then. Now you've got me trapped though. Never mind. Is this a save point? Picture. This one doesn't make my head hurt when I look at it. But I know this one. It must be.
Still has an unusually high beat.
It's the tape from the first game.
Getting a pulse, but just barely breathing. Why? What is keeping that child alive?
What the hell? Was I daydreaming? No, it was more like watching a video in a dark room. That nurse. I know her. Lisa. Lisa, who was so heavenly toward me in that hellish hospital room. I'd get a little worried though. What in the world? Climb the ladder of hell. What the fuck? Hey man, wait, he's turning the valves. What? What the fuck is, what was that monstrosity in there? What the hell? Didn't get a good look at that last one. What? Where am I? What's happening? There's a stretcher sort of have shoved into the room. Maybe it's being carried in here. Whatever was on top was being brought in. Everything's so foggy. Can I walk on this? Oh. What is happening? I need to check this out. I like to avoid touching this kind of thing if I can. I think there's a piece of meat or something on the ground. Piece of meat? Do I need that? I don't think so. Is this a door? It is. The meat door. It's the pull. Probably doesn't mean anything. What's that? There's this weird sour smell wafting around. Can I use the perfume here? Oh, no. What the fuck is happening? Is this still the hospital? It is. What? What in the world? It has 3 basements? Oh. Thank God it opened. Save point? Mirror. Can we break him? Fuck is these slurp sounds? What is happening? Oh wait, I think Cheryl's dying. I gotta get out of here. Something's happening to the Cheryl in the mirror. I gotta go, I gotta go. Wait, what the hell? Hey, I can't leave! Don't open, I can't even make a bush, what the hell? Use the perfume, I don't know. Do something. It's all covered in blood on the other side. Wait, what? Do I have to shoot her? Wait, that Cheryl, she's frozen in time now, the other one. What the fuck is going on? Oh, okay. It's unlocked. Oh, get me inside. What the hell? What just happened in that mirror room? Jesus. Everything's covered in blood. Oh my god, this opens. Oh wait, this takes me back into the middle. Wait, I should probably heal. Oh yeah, wait, there was a hole there. Oh, I see. So we're on this side now. Okay, so I just need to get back to the elevator. Jesus. How much damage did that do? Ah, not too bad. What floor am I on right now? Second floor, I think. Oh my god, thank god it opens. Ain't nothing in here. This is gonna be annoying. Just have to check all the rooms. Oh wait, there's even a nurse? Oh my god, there's open. Where in the world am I now? A node? The world is teeming with unnecessary people. It's God's decision that I fight as a knight of honor, as a protector of the seal, sacrifice myself to the blood of criminals. What? Who wrote this? Some twisted individual, eh? I see this and I want to ask him. Do you think you're one of the necessary ones, huh? But it seems like I've heard this protector of the seal business somewhere before. Jesus Christ, man. There is so much going on right now. Damn, I actually didn't think I'd be able to fall down. Rip. Wait, I think we're gonna have to do that entire walk again. I mean, not that bad. Jesus, man. So much is happening. Oh, yeah, it's saved right here. Gotta go through this whole tunnel again. It wasn't that bad. It just took really long because I was walking. Oh wait, no, there is more. I was about to say that was really short. Well, it is really short because this is also the end, isn't it? No, no, there's still some more. I wish we could have found a save point. So what did we do? We only really interacted with that notebook they found on the second floor, right? Oh, we have to do this again too. I have to see the guy turning the valves. Oh wait, that face is right there again. I didn't even notice that. And it even says something on the wall. Why is that just a face there? Is the wall a face? Does the wall have a mouth? And then there's whatever this thing is up here. Oh, I think it's a nurse. Let's see one of the nurses. Dot dot dot. Yeah, it's getting real crazy. It's getting real crazy in this game. Click on this again. Just. Hold on. So wait, did we just go in the elevator here? Oh wait, no, the room here. This creepy room. Da. He froze. Man, I don't know what the hell is going on in this room, but this room is cool. Sick room. I'm out of here. Yeah, let's go down and read that notebook again. And then let's fall down into hell this time. God, the fucking sound. I read that so fast. Because I thought someone was sneaking up on us the first time. Didn't know that behind the fence. Yeah, let's check out some of the other floors. I think we were on the second floor, right? Oh, no, was it the third floor we came from? I guess. But then... Jesus Christ. What about the second floor then? That does work too. Is it more chill here? Probably not. The hell is this? Is that the wall? That is the wall. Oh my god. It opens. Another fucking alarm clock? Isn't... Or is it another phone? Hello, hello? Hello? People phone, hello? Who this? Hello? People phone? Hello?
Happy birthday to you.
What?
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear. Oh, I forgot your name.
Who are you?
Bill's birthday, man.
Okay, thanks. Happy birthday, dear. Who are you? Happy birthday
What the hell?
to you. Happy 31st birthday.
Is this Leonard?
That's the murderer's name, not my name. I'm not your beloved Stanley either. He's underground now. His new name is Number 7. But don't worry about that now. It's time to celebrate your birthday.
You've got me mistaken for someone else. Today's not my...
I'm not mistaken. Today is your 24th birthday. And I have a present for you. Which do you prefer? To give pain or to receive it? You can have the one you hate the most. Happy birthday to you!
Thanks, man.
But you're wrong. It's not my birthday.
Oh, what the hell? Errol's response after that, but no, you're wrong. I like how that's the one thing that she questions. She doesn't question the whole receive pain or give pain thing or anything. It doesn't even question what he meant with, like, he's number 7 on the ground now. She's just like, no, my birthday. No, that's not today. That's the one thing that she questions at all that. That's pretty funny. But no, you're wrong. It's not my birthday. Hyper jump. Is that actually an emote? Hello, boss. The God Gamer is here. He made it. He's here. What the hell is this about? There's nothing coming from the receiver. Well, duh, this phone's not connected. Why are you saying it like that? Are you saying that I'm stupid? But what about that phone call? Man, that was good. Just like, no, but you're wrong. It's not my birthday. We're in the 7th dimension am I now? Got a plastic bag. Oh no. Not a plastic bag. It's the freaking point of the trash. No use digging around in that anymore. The return of the great plastic bag. Yo. Yo, boss. What the fuck? Hello? Something strange is cupped up in the locker. I think I'm safe, but I shouldn't get too close. Jesus. Totally ordinary transparent plastic bag. There's from a trash can in the locker room. Looks like a friend! A white gum! Go say hi to your friend! Let's say hi to our friend! Hello, friend! Upside down friend. Oh my god, I just got fucking annihilated. Leave me alone. Stop. Don't bully me. Get me out of here. I don't want to be here anymore. To the basement. I would love a save point right about now. Where is there a save point? Please tell me there's a save point down here. Exactly. Oh, surely clueless. Surely there's a save point down here. Surely. I don't have the map of this fucking place. Oh, wait, is this what he was talking about with the numbers? Is that someone crying? I don't think there is a save point down here. I should not do that. I should not mess around with a random lock right now. that save point, man. I don't feel safe at all. Eight, 7, 3, 2. Ain't no way it's that simple. What if we start with 7? Okay, this is it right here. We're getting the code right here. What's this? What's this 5-hit in action? Never mind, I was just kidding. Here it is. It's right here. For sure. 100%. 100% right here. This is the code. 2, 3, 7, 8. Damn. Damn, he's good. A lock, that is. Oh, it's this one. Oh, it's this one. Quite elementary. Mr. Leo. Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Deaf. Wait, what? Is that painting? Yeah, in normal mode it's easy. Well, we are in normal mode. Let's try and start with 7, since he said that was first. Oh well, he did said the guy was 7. He doesn't say anything. He didn't say anything about it being first. But yeah, let's try this. Damn, he's good. Good luck. I don't want to go up there again. I don't want to explore the rest of the hospital in hell mode. This probably is the solution. We just gotta get the right order, that's all. I tried that, didn't I? Has the mule something to do with this? Oh, 2. What is the Roman numerals? 2. What is IV again? Is that 4? Is IV 4? 2413? What did they say? Wait, no, hold on. What did I say? Yeah, IV is 4. Okay. Thank you for confirming. Yeah, so you got a 1. Yeah, it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, wait, hold on. Wait, God. Memory, please. What was the load of this? So, 1, 2. I gotta write this down. So it's 8. That's 7. 7. That one is that. And wait, what was this one again? 3, 7. Okay. Double check. Yep. 8327. Easy 5 head. Now what did I unlock? What did that even do? Got a cremated key. Nothing in here apart from a few stray ashes. Hello. Hello again, Red Pyramid. Hello again. Found this in some sort of on the ground. It's bright, burnt black, but still usable. Jesus. Telling me I gotta run through the entire hospital again and then click on every doll. I don't fucking remember. God, I would love a save point. Well. How's my health looking? There you go. Now we're ready to bomb rush through the hospital and click on every door until we find the correct one. God, there's so many doors to check down here on the first floor. We'll check the front door first. Who knows? Maybe we'll get lucky. I forgot what it said with the front door. Whoa, here it goes. What the? Back to the elevator. A safe zone. Right, let me actually look at the map here. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of floors to check here. Is it maybe for that? To lead out to the wing? You link the 7 TV mode. hell is that? What kind of monstrosity of an emote is that? Jesus. That's terrifying. I don't want to... Oh wait, no, I don't think I could actually make it over to that door. Yeah, no. That's where I fell in the hole, that's right. So, no, we can't make it over there. Add it? Nah, I'm good. I'm good. Sure, any locked doors here? I don't think so. No, back in the elevator. Maybe when Last of Us 3 comes out, I'll add it. Because right now it doesn't make any sense to have that emote. We don't really play Last of Us that often. Not as much as you. It's all good. I still see the link. Oh, it's to that face. The PC Joel face. Now, yeah, this room... God, who knows? What's locked and what's not. Nope. Cheryl, please. P is one Joel. E is one Joel on PC. Man, this whole level has been so stressful so far because all the enemies and because of what the environment looks like. The environment looks so crazy. Haven't been able to pay attention if we've interacted with a locked door or not. I feel like it does have to be on the second floor, first floor. Oops. There you go. Wait, what is this one even called? Oh, Pepper's Island, that's what it's called. I mean, we already have Monkish. We already have Monkish. Islands. Oh, okay, now that one is good. I'll get that one. Sneak. Trying to. I don't want to waste ammo. Maybe I have a decent amount, but like the enemies are don't go that way. The enemies are so tanky. Is it for this? No. Robbie. Our friend that we saw in the beginning. Being passed out on the bench. Yo, this door opens. Oh my god, a save point. I have been blessed. Oh. Now that feels good. I've been so happy to see a save point before. Can explore peacefully now. Without being set back 2 hours. That's a little overkill, but yeah. I just don't want to run through the tunnel again. There's a handful of dirty syringes in the bed. Not about to use them, that's for sure. Her friend, yeah, our friend Robbie from the beginning. Friend. Some memo here in the chat. Dr. Mitkiff. Please use extra caution with the patient in room 312. He should still have his religious freedom here in the hospital. But he shouldn't push his faith on others. I'm a victim too. Rumor has it he got here by stabbing someone over a religious dispute. Be careful. Crosby. Yes, it looks like the rumor's true. According to the head nurse, I do think he's a good person. Otherwise, though, he's a dealer. 312? Wait, where is that? That room doesn't exist. Did it say patient 312? Or room 312? Room 312. Where the hell is room 312? And now I can go fall off the map again without, you know, losing all our progress. Where'd you come from? Okay, so 312. Where would that maybe be? I might probably have to use the key. And yeah, there's a hole in the floor over here, isn't there? Yeah. Oh, you have a gun. Very cool. I mean, I guess I didn't run down the hole. I didn't run down here. That's what the key was for. Yeah, I never went down there. I was too scared. Actually, hold on. Jesus. Take this. There we go. What the? I want to read the writing on the wall. Happy first birthday! Yo, it's Ophiel's birthday, man, friend. Out of the way. I'm late for my birthday. Man, this last level here, talk about Munker insane. Munker crazy, because what is even happening? Wait, is it on the... Maybe it was just the door. No, yeah, that's more fitting right there. It's a schizo level that I have. Because holy shit. What is even going on? How do you come up with this, man? Go back to that happy birthday door. Imagine playing this as like a kid back then. And I'd be terrified for life if I played this back then. Oh my god, yo, it's blocking the path. Stop. Are you really gonna make me kill you? Yeah, that's what I thought. Out of the way. I found the door, apparently. Hello? Where's my birthday? Oh. Where's my birthday party? Heavy breathing intensifies. Man sprint. That was me hitman sprinting to find a save point. Didn't mean to sap twice. Oh. I skipped it because I didn't think that was related. She said something about, is this my birthday gift? What a weirdo. Hey man, he gave us med bags. What a gentleman, we needed that. Now if he could give us some ammo next, that'd be quite nice. Nothing on the platform is too thin to be a person. I don't think I'll go so far as to pull off the sheets and check. Pyramid Plus. Jamming out to all these eerie, horrifying sounds. Now, what the fuck did we get out of that? Oh my god, there's another one that opens. Thank god. Hello, is anyone in here? Oh no, finally some peace and quiet. And a save point. Oh my fucking god. Saw that drawn on the dividing screens at the hospital. This is different. Seems like it was drawn a long time ago. Somehow. And room C4. These are the last bits of the level here. That's fucking insane. There's a stretcher here. No, just your useless stretcher. This is more like an altar of some sort. Like candles. Like candles, a knife, and is that blood I smell? Did they worship that picture? Or something in the picture? Wait. Those candles didn't light himself now, did they? Welcome back, Gov. Welcome back and see you in a bit. Title is Lust of Memories. One characteristic mentioned only in rare documents and dying out in the modern age is that of the ritual sacrifice. Offering prayers, piece a man's chest with a copper stake, rends the altar in blood, and the blood which spouts red from the heart. Praise and to show loyalty unto God. Another sacrificial rite mentioned in the same book, the victim is burned alive. This was a more dignified ceremony, in which prisoners and sinners were not allowed to participate. Only the clergy could be sacrificed. Similar to burning at the stake, no comparable rite can be found in religious practice nearby. It may have some connection with the main deity being a sun god. Even though this religion exalts redemption, it brings to mind a darkened culture's history. Very cool history lesson. Having more powers. I mean, it's a big responsibility. It can be a big responsibility having more powers. Almost have as much power as the streamer. Wait, oh god, no, I don't want to read this history lesson again. Yes, always wait, do I use my pendant here? Oh. Wait, I can combine this. I don't know why I would combine it with this. Put it in the bag? Yeah, it seemed like a strange idea. I'm just glad we found some peace and quiet. I am supposed to do something with that. Welcome back, Dove. Again. That's all the doors. Shield mount. I mean, shell mode is pretty nice, but so I don't know. You can kind of turn it on by accident. Yeah, there's no real warning. You just gotta be careful you don't. Oh, there's a thing here. You just gotta be careful you don't like accidentally click anything. Just don't hover your mouse near it and you'll be fine. The first time you got mod, you accidentally turned on shield mode. Hey, off to a great start. Off to a great moderating start. Yeah, I mean, it happens. You gotta get used to it, you know. And it's pretty easy to accidentally activate because I don't think it asked you about it. Yeah, it's because it's kind of just right there too. Right next to the emote wheel and everything. You broke it in one day and being back. Sounds about right. Sounds like something the gov would do. Something on the ground. Is this a birthday card? Happy 38th birthday. 14 plus 7 plus 17 is 38. Sure it is. It's not my birthday. Nope. Whoever wrote this must be trying to tell me something. I don't know why we would need a key or like a notepad or yeah. Any type of key. I mean, because there's no, because that's where we came from. That could still be something on the third floor. I'll open it up and music.
Happy birthday, Kona. Happy birthday, Obama.
Happy birthday, Linus.
Happy birthday.
Plankton.
Happy birthday.
Morgan.
Happy birthday.
Happy Morgan.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday!
Didn't even say the whole thing. Happy Leo Day. Why is everyone saying happy birthday to me today? Not my birthday, just like Cheryl said earlier. But it's not my birthday. The kitchen. I mean, I guess I haven't tried that. But I did come in here to save really quick.
Can you hear me? It's Betty.
Leo Plankton. Why SpongeBob is Plankton. It's Sponge.
Lee!
Birthday
Why?
Pina. Puppy.
Please.
It's Sponge me, birthday!
What the hell? That sounded really out of place and out of order. It didn't even get to the cake holder.
Can you hear me?
Can't hear you of all the demonic sounds. Sorry, Justin. The cafeteria, I don't think there's anything in there. Well, I don't think I can get in there, rather. Man, it's so chaotic trying to explore this place. But director's room, meeting room. I mean, I could check that out. There's anything in there though. A chunk.
You!
Hello?
You bitch!
And now on today's sponsor, how to tell if it's Lee's birthday.
And how can we tell that? How can we tell that? Oh wait, there's examining room too. You know, so there's nothing else here. Happy birthday. It's not, but it's not my birthday. It's just taking me down to the puzzle we already solved. Didn't mean to go down here.
Can you hear me? It's Betty.
Happy birthday, you cocksucker.
Linus, happy birthday, you butterfly sucker.
Excuse me. You butterfly sucker. That's an interesting one, Justin. But you're wrong. It's not my birthday. Oh, I didn't check the. Oh, I don't think they're gonna be open. Butterfly sucker sounds worse. Yeah, that sounds fucking horrible and disgusting. That don't sound right.
I didn't know could suck butterflies. Finish while you sucking butterflies.
What? This door opens here this whole time. I thought these doors were closed. Oh, there was a fucking save point here this whole time. There's a hand there. A hand outside the window. I'm not sucking butterflies. The chat room is. How are you supposed to see what's a door here, man? Everything just looks like meat. Everything just looks like flesh. Yeah, I already passed one door. There you go, I think that's the door.
Can you hear me? It's Betty.
Pops, this is your taking cousin. Hey, you please come fuck my sister to continue the bloodline of Ghana.
Wait, is this the elevator? Okay, so now we've got this all mapped out too. There's nothing here. Although there's that examining room apparently that I haven't clicked on. Yeah, oh, it's the sound design is really great in this. Ah, I can actually go in here. Another fucking bucket. Game sure loves its buckets, huh? There's a dead body hanging from the ceiling. Blood dripping from it has totally filled the bucket. Set out below. Who'd do this and for what? Looks like a full-out blood bleeding. Can I have some of your blood, please? Thank you. Put blood in the plastic bag. I got a plastic bag with blood. Why would you do that? Can we go? You took a lot of blood. Just saying that bucket is half full now. Holy shit! How big is that plastic bag you got? Jesus, did you drink some of it too, Cheryl? I mean, you did. You did say that you were thirsty earlier, so I guess she took a couple of sips out of that blood to, you know, satisfy her thirst a little. And yeah, that too. There's like barely anything on the plastic bag, but the bucket's half empty now. Alright, now what floor is it again we're going to here? Is it the third floor? No, it's not. It's the first floor. Oh, thoughts on what? Monkey dog player. Yeah, I mean when you're thirsty, you're thirsty. And when you've been doing the kind of thing Cheryl's been doing, then when you encounter some blood, you might as well. Might as well take a few sips. Oh, it's on cock. It tastes good. Next question. Oh my god, there's a nursing too. Excuse me. When you're thirsty, you get water. Yeah, but if you're in Cheryl's situation, you can't really get water. You're busy in like a hellish dimension. You gotta take what you can get from here. You gotta take what you can get. Get your shackle. But that's not what I'm implying by this. What do you mean? I would drink some blood too if I were in this situation. Because I mean, you don't never know when you're gonna find anything else that's drinkable. At least the blood is somewhat drinkable and satisfy your thirst a little. Even wash your mouth with it a little bit if you need to. I put the blood in the thing. Blood. Go down the blood ladder. I mean, the altar is drenched in blood. It's exactly like there's just been a sacrifice. It's fine. If it's to satisfy my thirst, I'm willing to take the risk. What's the worst that would happen? Well, what's the worst that could happen? We lose. I can't believe I might drink it. Yeah. You all know now. What do you know? What do you know that's not already known?
Heather?
Yeah? Leonard, where are you?
Thank you. Now I can finally leave here. Now Claudia's ridiculous dream is over. Well, I guess it's time to dispose of her. The salvation of all mankind. Ha! Why must we reward even the unbelievers?
What are you talking about?
About our plans, of course. It's true that God is merciful, but first, one must be chosen. Only we, who hearken to the voice of God, will be given the
He's
keys
just as
to
crazy as
paradise.
his daughter.
Don't you think so, Heather?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead and think whatever you want.
What do you mean by that?
I mean that I don't think the way you guys do. I don't want any part of that kind of paradise.
You're an unbeliever. You deceived me.
I didn't deceive you.
You deceived me.
We were both just wrong about each other. I thought you were a normal person.
So you tried to trick me so you can run off with my seal, eh? Heretic! You plan to destroy God!
I told you I wasn't trying to trick anyone. What is this seal thing anyway?
Don't
The seal is mine. I was appointed by God to be its guardian. The only thing you'll get from me is a gruesome death.
Leonard, is that you?
Death to all who turn their backs on God.
Is every person here a mental case?
She is so done with this whole situation. Just look at her.
I guess you're not a person anyway.
She is so done with this whole thing. What happened to me? What do you mean what happened to me? I'm right here. Are you saying that creature is me? It's a nice sound. Yeah. Cheryl's just like, can I be done with this whole thing, man? I've had it. Cheryl's so fucking cool. What a badass. What are you doing? What the fuck is going on? Let me leave. Over here, big guy. Oh, okay. Over Hidden Hills. He's not wrong, you know. He's got a point, you see. He's got a point. Do I have to boop up into this somehow? Nah, no. That's not what we have to do. Kick him while he's down. Yep, we're doing the fourth one. When we finish this.
Leonard's not here anymore. I guess I should head back to the motel now. I hope Douglas is okay. Huh? What's this?
Oh my god, it's the charm from BBD. Oh my god, I can't believe it. They put that in this game? The charm from DBD? Holy shit. That's so cool, man. Got a talisman. Believe. No, get back here. What's wrong? Guess there's nothing left here that I can use. How much shotgun ammo do I have? Oof. 6 shells. Yeah, that's what Junior's doing. He's mistaking his own schedule from mine. I guess we just leave. What's it gonna be, Leo? Only time will tell. Can I go in here and save at least? Hey. Oh, me kissing. Nice.
Why did you send her to my father?
Was that wrong?
It's your fault that he...
But surely it's a good thing. It means he was one of God's beloved, no?
Those who mock God will never receive salvation. You'll go to hell, Vincent. You'll never feel the joy of God's everlasting paradise.
And you think God is going to save you? Ha!
What do you know anyway?
I know about the pleasures of this world. And I want to find my happiness while I'm still here. You hated your father, didn't you? I saw the way he hit you, and kicked you, and made you cry. The memory of his cruelty is forever burned into my mind.
Yes, and that's why we need God.
What you call faith is nothing more than a child crying out for love. That's why you're all alone.
You don't understand. None of you do.
Where are we going? Oh, just outside. Took long to load. Had to load the whole town. If it was still alive, Mr. Dante. Probably not for too much longer, though. But not for too much longer. An hour into it. Is it a good game, at least? No. Time to give the PC some rest. Doggy. Hello. See, can we chill here for a second? Let Cheryl catch her breath. Doggy. People happy. Doggy. Doggy, we just wanted to say hi. Another doggy. Woo. Excuse me. This is my room. Wait, no. The next one over. You think, right? Yeah, the next one over. Just settle in. Where in the universe am I now? It is. You're not playing it?
Where's Douglas?
He went out.
What is this funky music?
But he left a message for you.
Was there someone else here just now?
No, just me. Don't you want to know what the message is?
Yeah, what did he say?
The church is on the other side of the lake.
Church? Wonder what he meant by that.
You don't understand? That's where Claudia is. Across the lake. On the north side. If you're going, you better go through the amusement park. It's probably the only way in now. Go northwest on Nathan Avenue. It's a bit far, but closer than heaven.
Is that it for the message?
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
Thanks. Douglas really said that?
What's wrong? You don't trust me?
Sure don't. Man, I'm just like, it's so nice to get out of the hospital. I mean, the hospital was nice in the beginning, but this schizo end part of the hospital, that was insane. I don't think I'll go back inside. I really should go to the amusement park. But Northwest and Nathan Avenue. Yeah, it's marked on the map. Hit the road once again. Is there a save point coming up soon? Does anyone know? Or is there a save point nearby? Where am I right now? I'm still here. That long walk. Literally. Young Walker. Through all of the fog. People shake. Lakeside Amusement Park. Where Robbie lives. Monker insane. Oh, schizo.
Oh, hell.
And I love her reactions to everything. Oh, hell, not again. I am so over this. It's the beginning of the game. Robbie. It's giant. Isn't that from the mascot from the local amusement park? I don't want to look inside. Nothing smells. Oh, hell. Rang Robbie. Hello. What? That was open earlier. No, it was this place. Jesus fucking Christ. If that was not open, we would have been so screwed. Is that a save point in here? And once again, searching for a save point. A place like this is more creepy than it's cute. What the fuck? Wait, what was that? Huh? Sound like someone shot a confetti gun or something. What the hell? One's more into the chaos. What's up, you guys? One ticket, please. It's a ticket booth. There's no one inside. Call me in 4K. You're dead. Call me right hand. Definitely. Are we going on a roller coaster ride? It's a lot. Oh, are you serious right now? Ow. What is even happening? Wait. Oh, I got knocked down. So much is happening. What even is that? Do you mean cock like the animal or the other thing? Oh, that's up for you to decide. That's up for you to decide. Ow. He trapped us in the corner. No, that's fine, because I don't know when the next save point was gonna be. Hey, but that's cool. We get another unique death scene of us being dragged away. Game over. Oh, that's fine. That honestly works out well. Yeah, I don't know when the next save point was gonna be. And well, it's getting kind of late. Oh, that's a perfect point to call it at. And well, as you know it, since it's game month, we shall continue again tomorrow. We shall be here again tomorrow. Oh, it just starts here at the amusement park then? Okay, yeah, well. Doesn't even take us that far back. That's nice. Yeah, we'll just go up to a friend. Wait, why are you saying people? What the fuck? We even went an hour extra early today compared to yesterday. We even went an hour extra today. Like as promised. We even went an hour extra. Yeah, that's 50. We had good progress. I think we're probably really close to the end. We might even be able to finish it up tomorrow. We'll see. Yeah, we made really good progress. And I'm liking Cheryl more and more.